Oh, no. Hi, folks. This is Tom Rucci, and I'm going to be your live stream host today for the Riptide Halloween Invite, which will be getting started here in just a couple of minutes. So we will get that going for you real soon.
You ready to go in like 1 minute? Go? Are we good? Okay, you ready? Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the Blue Water Aquatic Center and the Halloween Invite.
All right, today we're going to start our invite with the national anthem played by Philip Simmering on his cello.
Tiger Shark Swim Club.
And he'll begin in just a moment.
Stingrays and Riptide. This meet is held under the sanction of USA Swimming. We would like to take this opportunity to remind you that smoking and the consumption of alcoholic beverages is strictly prohibited in the Blue Water Aquatic Center. We ask spectators to utilize restrooms located on the mezzanine or in the lobby. Locker rooms are for swimmers only. We respectfully ask for your cooperation in remaining quiet at the start of each race. Flash photography is prohibited at the start of each race. Your officials today are Teresa Jurish, the meet referee, Ryan Bededzik and Colin Simmering, the meet starters, and Robert Deep, the meet administrator. Riptide is pleased to offer concessions at today's meet. Stop by the concession stand in the lobby for snacks and beverages while enjoying today's meet. Thank you to all of our officials.
All right, folks, we're having a few announcements here in the pool, and we'll get started in just a few minutes here. Here we go. Getting started now.
And face the flag at the starting end of the pool for our national anthem, performed by Philip Simmering from the Riptide swim team, playing the cello.
What a great job there by one of our swimmers, Philip Simmering, playing our national anthem on his cello for us. Great job. All right, folks, we're going to get started in just a moment here with our first event. That'll be the girls 13 and over, 100-yard IM.
Girls 13 and over, 100-yard IM. Heat 1 of 2.
All right, folks, you heard that there. This is going to be our first event. This is the girls 13 and over, 100 IM. This will be a two-heat event. In lane number 2, Tessa Ridolfi. Lane number, she's with Riptide. Lane number 4, Maddie Lynch with Tiger Sharks. Lane number 5, Megan Siegler with Riptide. Lane number 6, Hannah Gordy with the Tiger Sharks. And lane number 7, Harper Colley with Riptide. All right, finishing first was lane number 5 with a time of 1:24.74. And that was Megan Siegler with Riptide. Coming in second was lane number 2. That's Maddie Lynch with the Tiger Sharks with a time of 1:26.12. Coming in third was lane number 4. Lane 4 was Maddie Lynch. I'm sorry, lane 4 was Maddie Lynch with the Tiger Sharks. Lane number 2 was Tessa Ridolfi with Riptide. Sorry about that mix-up. All right, next up is heat number 2 of the girls 13 and over 100 IM. In lane number 1, Emmy Plone with Riptide. Lane number 2, Alona Delaney with Riptide. Lane number 3, Josephina Dew with Riptide. Lane number 4, Ruby Call, Riptide. Lane number 5, Vivian Kohler, Riptide. Lane number 6, Emily Samsel with Riptide. Lane number 7, Elizabeth Matsura with Northfield. And lane number 8, Emma Paul with Riptide. Finishing first was lane number 4. That's Ruby Call. Finishing second was lane number 6. 6 was Emily Samsel, also with Riptide. Coming in third was lane number 3, and that's Josephina Doe with Riptide. All right, coming up next is our second event. Event number 2 is the boys 13 and over 100 IM. This will be a 4-heat event. In lane number 1, Micah King from Riptide. Lane number 2, Thomas Pritchard with the Black Dog Swimming. Lane number 4 is Daniel Chura, also with Black Dog. Lane number 5, Aiden Coe with Riptide. Lane number 6, Pranav Antavilu with Riptide. And lane number 7, Aiden Kale with Riptide. Finishing first, lane number 7. Lane number 7 was Aiden with Riptide with a time of 1:10.42. Next up is heat number 2 of boys 13 and over 100-yard IM. In lane number 1 is Cameron Andrewson with Riptide. Lane number 2 is Eben Binkley, Riptide. Lane 3, Cameron Seelig with the Tiger Sharks. Lane number 4 is Ben Lee with Riptide. Lane number 5 is Aiden Fitch with Riptide. Lane number 6, Nolan Luther with Riptide. Lane number 7, Cameron Peterson with Riptide. And lane number 8, McGavin Nye with Riptide. All right, folks, want to let you know if you've got a shout out you want to send to your favorite swimmer or your favorite swim team, go ahead and send a comment here, and we'll get it on the screen here. The swimmers love to see that. By the way, finishing first, lane number 4, Ben Lee with Riptide. Finishing second in lane number 5 was Aiden Fitch. Finishing third, lane number 2 was Eben Binkley with Riptide. Next up is heat number 3. This is heat 3 of 4 of the boys 13 and over 100 IM. Go ahead, let us know, by the way, with a shout out or comment there, where you're watching from. We love to know where folks are watching from. All right, up next in lane number 1 is Nolan Hansen with Riptide. Lane number 2, Wyatt Ziegler with Tiger Sharks. Lane 3, Noah Vu with Riptide. Lane number 4, Colin Hawkins, Tiger Sharks. Lane number 5, William Radetsky, Riptide. Lane number 6, Eli Gobar with Tiger Sharks. Lane number 7, Pearson Crick with Riptide. And lane number 8, Oliver Deneen with Black Dog Swimming. Finishing first, lane number 5. That's William Radetsky with Riptide. Finishing second was Nolan Hansen in lane number 1 for Riptide. Finishing third was lane number 4. That's Colin Hawkins with the Tiger Sharks. Next up is our final heat. Heat number 4 of the boys 13 and over 100 IM. In lane number 1, Rourke Bennett from Northfield. Lane number 2, Jovan Langset, Riptide. Lane number 3, Grant Seelig, Riptide. Lane number 4, Mark Heidi with Riptide. Lane 5, Hunter Writing with Riptide. Lane 6, Patrick Curran with Riptide. Lane 7, Quinlan Schroeder, Riptide. And in lane number 8, Owen Reese with Black Dog Swimming. Finishing first, lane number 6. That was Patrick Curran with Riptide. Finishing second, lane number 5, Hunter Writing, also with Riptide. And finishing third was lane number 7, Quinlan Schroeder, also with Riptide.
Then 3 boys, 11, 12, 100-yard IM. Heat 1.
Next up is event 3. This is the boys 11 to 12, 100-yard IM. This will be 3 heats of swimming. This will be heat number 1 of 3. In lane number 3, Ethan Thompson with Riptide. Lane 4, Benjamin Larson, Tiger Sharks. Lane 5, Jackson Marlowe, Riptide. And lane 6, Quan Duong with Riptide. Got a shout out here from Jaden Collins. Delaney, go Riptide. Yes, that's Alona Delaney. Keep those shout-outs coming, and I'll keep getting them on the air for you. Here they come. Touching first is going to be lane number 5. Lane 5 is Jackson Marlowe with Riptide. Coming in second, lane number 6, Quan Duong with Riptide. Coming in third was lane number 4 with a time of 1:45.55. That was Benjamin Larson with the Tiger Sharks.
Then 3 boys, 11, 12, 100-yard IM. Heat 2 of 3.
All right, next up is heat number 2 of boys 11 to 12, 100 IM. In lane number 1, Joe Roberts with Tiger Sharks. Lane number 2, Connor Brown with Riptide. Lane number 3, Aiden Solon with Riptide. Lane number 4, Ivan Kircher with Riptide. Lane number 5, Martin Pritchard with Black Dog Swimming. Lane number 6, Noah Roth with the Tiger Sharks. Lane number 7, Max Mazzarello with Northfield. Sorry about that. And lane number 8, Nathan Munoz Marquez with the Tiger Sharks. Here they come back to the finish here. Touching first. Oh, it's going to be a tight one here between lanes 3 and 4. Touching first, however, is lane number 4. That's Ivan Kircher with Riptide, followed by Aiden Solin, lane number 3, also with Riptide. Coming in third was lane number 5. That's Martin Pritchard with Black Dog Swimming. All right, next up is our final heat of boys 11 to 12 100-yard IM. This will be heat number 3. Splash into the water they go. In lane number 1, Brian Yang with Riptide. Lane number 2, Manny Heinen with... Lane number 3, Jace Hansen, Riptide. Lane number 4, Tucker Case, Riptide. Lane number 5, Owen Jenin, Riptide. Lane number 6, Will Kohler, Riptide. Lane 7, Eddie McGarvey, Riptide. And in lane 8, Kieran Sokoli with Riptide. Got another shout out here from Sarah Miller, Stella McCurdy. Go, girl, go. Sounds good. Keep those shout outs coming. Wow, another close one here, folks. Lane number 4 will take it with a time of 1:11.08, however. Lane number 4 was Tucker Case with Riptide. Coming in second, right behind him was Jace Hansen, also with Riptide, with a time of 1:11.37. Coming in third, lane number 5, Owen Jenin with Riptide, with a time of 1:13.61. All right, up next is event number 4. This is girls 11 to 12 100-yard IM. This will be 6 heats of swimming. This will be heat number 1. All right, into the water they go. And lane number 1, Evelyn Andreessen with Riptide. Lane number 2, June Holter, Riptide. Lane number 3, Kinsley Munson with Riptide. Lane number 4, Aubrey Hansen with the Tiger Sharks. Lane number 6, Delaney Mahachek with Riptide. Lane number 7, Anna Johnsgaard with Riptide. And lane number 8, Natalie Streifel with Riptide. Let's watch here as they come back, make their turn. Lane number 7 is currently leading the pack here. That's Natalie Streifel with Riptide. I'm sorry, that's Anna. I'm sorry, lane number 8 is leading. I was correct. That's Natalie Streifel with Riptide. I'm not showing any previous times here, which would mean that this is a first-time swim for all of these swimmers. And lane number 8 will touch first. That was Natalie Streifel with Riptide with a time of 1:31.11. Coming in second, lane number 2 with a time of 1:33.13 was June Holter from Riptide. Coming in third was lane number 3, Kinsley Munson with Riptide with a time of 1:38.27. Those are great first-time swims. All right, up next is going to be heat number 2 here. This, again, is 6 heats of swimming. This will be heat 2 of event 4, girls 11 to 12 100-yard IM. Folks, keep those shout-outs coming. We'll get them on the air. Swimmers are getting set here. Again, this will be heat number 2 of 6 for our event 4, girls 11 to 12, 100 IM. And you're watching Riptide's Halloween Invite from Blue Water Aquatic Center in Apple Valley, Minnesota. All right, in lane number 2, Izzy Rutzer with Riptide. Lane number 3, Sophia Renato with Riptide. Lane number 4, Amelia Holte with Riptide. Lane number 5, Rima Menon with Riptide. Lane number 6, Kaylee Johnson with the Tiger Sharks. Lane number 7, Charlotte Frick with Tiger Sharks. And lane number 8, Devin Garley with Riptide. Again, this is 6 heats of swimming you're going to be watching here for event number 4, and we are at heat number 2 rather. Lane number 5 is leading currently. That's Rima Menon with Riptide. Let's watch here as she comes back and touches with a time of 1:31.49. Coming in second was lane number 3. That's Sophia Renato with Riptide with a time of 1:34.60. Touching third with a time of 1:35.55 was lane number 2, Izzy Rutzer with Riptide. Folks, if you like the broadcast today, I encourage you to go out there and hit the like button. Every one of these likes goes towards the acknowledgement that you want to continue to see these broadcasts, and with that also comes the ability to get better cameras and equipment. So please go ahead and hit the like button. All right, up next is heat number 3 of 6. And this again is event 4, girls 11 to 12, 100 IM. All right, into the water they go. In lane number 1, Layla Turner with Riptide. Lane number 2, JoJo Blondes with Riptide. Lane number 4, Julia Westholder with Riptide. Lane number 5, Susie Klumper with Riptide. Lane number 6, Jimmy Garcia with Northfield. Lane 7, Freya Davis with Northfield. And in lane number 8, Lily Close with the Tiger Sharks. Pretty tight race here between lanes 3 and 4. I'm sorry, make that 4 and 5. Tough vantage point here. Lane 4 is Julia Westholder with Riptide. Lane 5 is Susie Klumper, also with Riptide. Touching first, it says lane number 5 with a time of 1:24.29. That was Susie Klumper. And finishing second was lane number 4 with a soft touch, Julia Westholder. Coming in third was lane number 2, JoJo Blondes with Riptide. And a time of 1:33 69. All right, up next will be heat number 4 of 6. And again, this is the girls, the 11 to 12, 100 IM. In lane number 1, Selena Soko with Riptide. Lane number 2, Audra Watts with the Tiger Sharks. Lane number 3, Ellie Sidaros with Riptide. Lane number 4, Masha Nadriga with the Tiger Sharks. Lane 5, Ruby Dellen with Riptide. Lane 6, Annabelle Schultz with Riptide. Lane 7, Hazel Bolton, Riptide. And in lane number 8, Laurel Benson with Northfield. Lane number 5 is leading here as they come back. Touching first with a time of 1:20.78 was Ruby Dallin with Riptide. Coming in second, lane number 7, Hazel Bolton with Riptide with a time of 1:23.06. Coming in third was lane number 3, Ellie Sidaros with Riptide with a time of 1:24.27. All right, up next is heat number 5. Folks, keep those shout-outs coming, and go ahead, please, and hit the like button. Like I said, every little bit helps towards getting new equipment and keeping these broadcasts coming to you. Come on, folks, there's 54 of you watching, and I've got 5 likes. Come on, go ahead and hit that like button. It doesn't hurt, trust me. All right, in lane number 1, Olive Sisson with Riptide. Lane number 2, Anita Matsura with Northfield. Lane number 3, Chelsea Graw with Riptide. Lane number 4, Sophia Geronimus with Riptide. Lane number 5, Ava Gullickson, Riptide. Lane number 6, Lila Ulm, Tiger Sharks. And lane number 7, Helen Higginbotham with Riptide. Again, pretty tight race between lanes 4 and 5. Lane 5 has a slight edge here. Lane number 5 again is Ava Gullickson with Riptide. Lane number 4, by the way, Sophia Geronimus with Riptide. All right, touching first, lane number 5, as we mentioned, was Ava Gullickson with Riptide with a time of 1:15.10. Touching second, lane number 4, Sophia Geronimus, also with Riptide with a time of 1:15.63. Touching third with a time of 1:25.54 was lane number 3. That's Chelsea Graw with Riptide. All right, up next is going to be our final heat, heat number 6 of the girls 11 to 12, 100 IM. In lane number 1, Paige Turnbow with Riptide. By the way, this is an all Riptide heat. Lane number 3 is Savannah Kirchhoff. Lane number 4, Nora Behrens. Lane number 5, Iris Polvoni. Lane number 6, Alice Gaffke. Lane 7, Audrey Heggie. And lane number 8, Mia Barton. Pretty tight here as I'm watching them go back. Although I would say lane number 6 is currently leading the pack. That's Alice Gaffke with, obviously it's an all Riptide heat with Riptide. Alice's previous time is a 1:16.96 in this event. And she did make the turn first. However, does look like lane 5 is going to try and challenge her here. Or lane 4 rather, it looks like. Yep, lane 4. But she can keep that pace up, and she does. Lane number 6 will take it with a time of 1:07.71. And that's Alice Gaffke. Just a little bit longer, took her a little bit longer than her previous time. Coming in second, lane number 4. That's Nora Behrens with a time of 1:08.67. Coming in third was lane number 3 with a time of 1:12.48. And that was Savannah Kirchhoff. Next up is event number 5. This is boys 10 and under, 100 IM. This will be heat 1 of 2. We should have 3 swimmers on the blocks, and we have 4. We have an extra swimmer here. It looks like a girl. Maybe there was something missed previously. Don't know. All right, into the water they go, and I apologize, I don't know who the mystery swimmer is. However, in lane number 1, Joe Howie with Riptide. Lane number 2, Louis Roth with the Tiger Sharks. And lane number 3, Ben Kohler with Riptide. There's several mystery swimmers here. I believe what we're looking at here is the girls 10 and under 100 IM, which would mean lane 5 would be Maddie Rutzer, lane 6, Santa Roy, lane 7, Jillian Streifel, and lane 8, Eleanor Amis Rowe with Northfields. The first girls were all with Riptide. I did not get the word they were combining, but that does look like what we've done here. Folks, don't be afraid to send a shout out to your favorite swimmer. Let us know where you're watching from. Cheer for your favorite team. Touching first here for the boys with a time of 1:33.00 was lane number 3. That's Ben Kohler with Riptide. Coming in second, lane number 1, Joe Howie with Riptide with a time of 1:40.65. Coming in third is going to be one of our girls here in lane number 8. I'm going to say that that's Eleanor Amos Rowe with Northfield with a time of 2:00.22. All right, up next is going to be heat number 2 of the boys 10 and under 100 yard IM. I don't know if we'll be combining any girls here. Does not look like it. Oh, wait a minute. We do have a girl on a block. And I'm not sure who this is. I think that might be Santa Roy. We'll see. I'll get you the name here once I hear it in the pool area. It is a Riptide swimmer. Oh, we're coming off the block. Okay, so it looks like it's just going to be the boys. So we should have 6 swimmers here in heat number 2. Or is there 7? Let's see what's on the blocks here. There's 6 on the blocks, 1 in the pool. All right, here we go. In lane number 1, Nate Dulles with the Tiger Sharks. Lane 2, Torin Engel with Northfield. Lane number 3, Nicholas Siegler, Riptide. Lane number 4, Elliot Loesch with Riptide. Loesch, rather. Lane number 5, Andrew Whited, Northfield. Lane number 6, Ben Johnson, Riptide. And it's saying lane number 7, Kieran Nelson with Riptide. I do not see a swimmer in lane number 7, so that must be a scratch. Leading the pack is lane number 4 here. That's Elliot Loesch with Riptide. Right behind him in lane number 5 is Andrew Whited with Northfield. Elliot's previous time is a 1:39.21. And Andrew Whited from Northfield, lane number 5, his previous time is a 1:45.32. Elliott in lane number 4 is a 10-year-old, as well as Andrew Whited next to him in lane number 5. If Elliott can keep this up in lane number 4, he will come in first. And it does look like nobody is going to stop him. Let's watch as he comes back here to touch first. Remember, Elliott's previous time was a 1:39.20. Oh, 21. Touches with a 1:31.20. Nice improvement. Coming in second, right next to him in lane number 5, was Andrew Whited with Northfield with a time of 1:36.46. Again, a nice improvement. His previous time was 1:45.32. Not sure about third here. I believe it's lane number 3. Lane 3, Nicholas Siegler with Riptide with a time of 1:44.38. His previous time was a 1:55.04. A lot of nice swims there. All right, next up is event number 6. This is girls 10 and under, 100 IM. We are starting this with heat number 2 because we did have the combine earlier with the boys swimmers for heat number 1. So this will be heat 2. There will be 3 total heats, so we have 2 left to go, this one and the next one. Missing some swimmers here. They're getting set. There we go. Looks like we've got everybody on. It's fun to see all the coaches dressed up in their Halloween costumes. All right, into the water they go. Again, this is heat number 2 of girls 10 and under, 100 IM. In lane number 1, Ann Duong with Riptide. Lane number 2, Avery Persigal, Riptide. Lane number 3, Olivia Ulm, Tiger Sharks. Lane number 5, Macy Meyer with Riptide. Lane number 6, Leah Coyle with the Stingrays, the Wilmer Stingrays. In lane 7, Aileen Shen with Riptide. And lane number 8, Elodie Weatherman with Riptide. Looks like a first-time swim here for all these swimmers except for Leah Quayle in lane number 6 from the Stingrays. Aileen Shen with Riptide in lane number 7 is leading the pack here as she goes down with her breaststroke. The breaststroke is a great one. If you really master this one, you can really take over in an IM like this because it is a difficult stroke and a lot of people can't do it. They're good with the freestyle and they're good with the backstroke, but you can make up a lot of time here with the breaststroke. And Aileen certainly has done so in lane number 7. She is way ahead. Second place is kind of a toss-up between lane 4 and 8. Let's watch as they come back here. Lane number 7, Aileen Shen from Riptide will touch first with a time of 1:34.88. Great swim. Coming in second was lane number 4 with a time of 1:42.91. Lane 4 was Olivia Ulm, Tiger Sharks. Coming in third was lane number 8, Elodie Weatherman from Riptide with a time of 1:51.61. All right, up next will be our final heat. This will be heat number 3 of event 6, girls 10 and under, 100 IM. Folks, go ahead and leave a shout out. Let us know where you're watching from. Let us know what team you're cheering for. Let us know who your favorite swimmer is that you're watching. You can do that by just leaving a comment in the chat area on the live stream, and we'll get it on the air. The kids, by the way, are watching in the lobby as well, and as well as they like to watch these back, so they will see this. In lane number 1, Peyton Holsty with Tiger Sharks. Lane number 2, Lucy Carlson with Northfield. Lane number 3, Olivia Dubois with Riptide. Lane number 4 is Tess Dolls with Tiger Sharks. Lane 5, Addie Vitas, Riptide. Lane number 6, Layla Sheets, Riptide. Lane number 7, Stella McCurdy, Riptide. And lane number 8, Molly Engen with Riptide. Well, we'll watch here as they make that turn. You pick up who's leading here. It's tough, but I think it's a toss-up between lane 3 and lane number 5. All right, we'll watch as they come back here. Lane number 5 will finish with a time of 1:31.56. That's Addie Vitas with Riptide, followed by lane number 3, Olivia Dubois with Riptide, with a time of 1:33.92. Coming in third was lane number 4 with a time of 1:35.31. And lane number 4 was Tess Dolls with the Tiger Sharks. Okay, up next is going to be event number 7. Event 7 is mixed 8 and under, 25-yard freestyle. We should have 3 swimmers. Just going to wait here for the swimmers to exit the pool. Then we'll get the new swimmers set for event 7. Again, this is our 8 and under 25-yard freestyle. And in this first heat, this is a 2-heat event, by the way, we should have 3 swimmers. Ian Liu from Riptide, Sophia Eisenzimmer from Riptide, and Grace Rose from the Tiger Sharks in lanes 3, 4, and 5. Let's see if we've got that. I also see an extra kid lounging around there. I'm not sure what's going to happen here. We'll just have to watch and play it by ear. So while we're waiting, folks, go ahead, send a shout out, and I'll get it on the screen for the kids here.
Flight for the start, please.
All right, swimmers are getting set.
Event 7, mixed 8 and under, 25-yard freestyle, heat 1.
We're missing a swimmer in lane. Oh, there we go. All right, splash. Into the water they go. Again, in lane number 3, Ian Liu with Riptide. Lane 4, Sophie Eisenzimmer with Riptide. And lane 5, Grace Rose with the Tiger Sharks. This is a first-time swim for all 3 swimmers here. Ian in lane number 3 is a 6-year-old. Sophia in lane number 4 is a 7-year-old. And Grace in lane number 5 is a 6-year-old. All right, up next is heat number 2. This will be our final heat of event 7. This is 25-yard freestyle. This is down and out. In lane number 2, Lola Hoppy with Tiger Sharks. Lane number 3, looks like G. Berner with Riptide. Lane number 4, Lily Berner with Riptide. Lane number 5, Dot Rose with the Tiger Sharks. Lane number 6, Violet Hernandez with Riptide. And lane number 7, Bo Ackerman with Northfield. All right, right, up next is going to be our Event 8. Now, Event 8 is going to be a combined event.
Back to the starting blocks end of the pool. And we have another
So this is going to be Event 8 and 9. This will be boys and girls, 13 and over, 200-yard freestyle. And what we'll have here is a combination of girls and boys. So let's just see what we've got, because they made this last-minute change. So yes, we'll have girls in lanes 2, 3, and 4, and we will have boys in lanes 6, 7, and 8. All right, we have another shout-out here. Papa says, "You go, Lily." Watching from West Fargo. Great. Keep those shout-outs coming. Again, we'll get them on the screen. And like I said, the swimmers, when they're not in the pool, are watching the live stream out in the lobby area on the big screen TVs. As well as the swimmers love to watch these things back. So go ahead and keep them coming. So again, we've got a little combination here of Heat 1 from both Event 9 and Event 8. So it's boys and girls, 13 and over, 200-yard freestyle. Here it is. In lane number 2, we've got Melina Finch with Riptide. Lane number 3, Harper Cawley, Riptide. Lane 4, Joella Hahn with Riptide. In lane number 6, we got Alex Ziegler with Riptide. Lane 7, Ethan Misikanis with Riptide. And in lane number 8, Arthur Eddy with Black Dog. Let's switch the view here and watch as they make their change up. Again, this is both boys and girls, 13 and over, 200-yard freestyle. It is Event 8 and Event 9, Heat number 1 from each one of those events. Ethan Misikanis with Riptide is a 17-year-old, and he's in lane 7. And he's pretty much dominating right now from what I see. There'll be 3 heats here in this event. Our next 2 heats will be just girls. Let's change up the view a little bit here. Touching first, by the way, was lane number 7. We talked about that a second ago. That's Ethan Misikanis with Riptide. No previous time, so that looks like a first-time swim of 2:39.66. Coming in second, lane number 6, which was Alex Ziegler, also with Riptide, with a time of 3:02.15. And I missed third here. Although it does say lane number 4. Lane number 4 with a time of 3:18.09. Lane 4 would have been Joella Hahn with Riptide.
Thanks for
being here. Thanks for being here. Good to see ya. Is Megan too? That was it. I'll leave you be. You've got a job to do.
All right, folks, up next will be heat number 2 of event number 8. Again, this is girls 13 and over, 200-yard freestyle. Now in this group here, all of the swimmers have a previous time except for lane number 1, which will be McKenna Moynihan from Riptide. This is a mostly Riptide heat. All right, girls are getting set here on the blocks. All right, a little bit of a reset. All right, here we go. Again, this is heat number 2 of event 8, girls 13 and over, 200-yard freestyle. Whoosh, into the water they go. In lane number 1, McKenna Moynihan with Riptide. Lane number 2, Megan Siegler with Riptide. Lane number 3, Maddie Lynch with the Tiger Sharks. Lane number 4, Emily Samsel with Riptide. Lane number 5, Josephina Doe with Riptide. And in lane number 6, Tessa Rodolfi with Riptide. Again, in lane number 1, McKenna Moynihan has no previous time, so this is a first-time swim for her. In the lead at the moment is lane number 4. That's Emily Samsel with Riptide. Emily's previous time was 2:25:15. In second place, right next to her, lane number 5, is Josephina with Riptide. Her previous time is 2:28:72. Both Emily and Josephina are 14-year-olds. Looks like third right now is going to be lane number 6. And that's Tessa Rodolfi with Riptide as well. Her previous time is 2:54:07, and she's a 15-year-old. We also have a swimmer in lane number 7 who I do not have. Let me see if I can get that name for you. Lane 7 is Natalie Elrahab with Riptide. She's a 13-year-old. Her previous time is a 3:47:50. Well, let's change the view here so you can see some swimmers. Emily Samsel with Riptide in lane number 4 is currently leading here as she comes back and she'll touch with a 2:20:12. Again, her previous time was a 2:25:15, so nice improvement. Coming in second right next to her with a time of 2:29:30 in lane number 5 was Josephina Doe with Riptide. Also a nice improvement on her previous time. Coming in third in lane number 2 is Megan Siegler with Riptide. Her previous time is a 2:56:40. She finished here with a 2:46:81. Very nice. Great to see those improvements. Kids are excited. Great to see. We have a really packed house here today at the Blue Water Aquatic Center in Apple Valley. That's Riptide's home water. All right, up next will be our final heat in this event, event number 8, girls 13 and over 200-yard freestyle. And this is heat number 3. There they go. Got another shout out here. In lane number 1, Chandler Offerman with Riptide. Lane number 2, Allie Peterson, Riptide. Lane number 3, Alyssa Bauer with Riptide. Lane 4, Elena Pontrelli, Riptide. Lane number 5, Lainey Bell with Riptide. Lane number 6, Samantha Graves with Riptide. Lane number 7, Jessica Baki with Riptide. And lane number 8, Ilona Delaney with Riptide. We've got another shout out here. Keep them coming. We love to see these shout outs. Kelly, go ahead and keep submitting those. All the swimmers here are 13 years old, except for lane 7, Jessica Baki, which is a 14-year-old, and lane number 8, Ilona Delaney, who's a 15-year-old. Got 76 viewers and 16 likes. I'm not sure what that means, if that means there's 16 or 60 broken thumbs, but folks, if you can see it in your heart, go ahead and click the like button. Doesn't take much effort, I promise. If you do, I'll give you this camera view so you can see some swimmers. Again, this is our final heat. This is heat number 3 of event 8, girls 13 and over, 200-yard freestyle. Here they come back here. Finishing first was lane number 4. That's Elena Pontrelli. She finished with a 2:04.62. Finishing second was lane number 5. That's Lainey Bell with a time of 2:11.11. And lane number 3 finished third with a time of 2:11.12. And that was Alyssa Bauer, all with Riptide. All right, up next is going to be our event number 9. And this will be our heat number 2 because we had our combined event previously for heat number 1. So event 9 is boys 13 and over, 200-yard freestyle. And this will be heat 2 of 5. Boys are getting set here. Into the water they go. Lane number 1, Mason Yost with Riptide. Lane number 2, Ian Chung with Riptide. Lane number 3, Joshua McCall, Riptide. Lane number 4, Micah Kang with Riptide. Lane number 5, Logan Deneen with Black Dog. Lane number 6, Pranav Antavilu with Riptide. Lane number 7, Gavin Yang with Riptide. And lane number 8, Eric Walter with Northfield. Leading here is lane number 7. That's Gavin Yang with Riptide. Gavin's got no previous time here on the books, so that would mean this is a first-time swim. Gavin's a 15-year-old. We'll watch the exchange here. All right, Gavin looks like he is going to take first place here in lane number 7 with a time of 2:12.82. Coming in second is going to be, we'll have to wait for it here, but I believe it's going to be lane number 2. It is, with a time of 2:26.67. That's Ian Chong with Riptide. Coming in third, lane number 5, that's Logan Deneen with Black Dog with a time of 2:26.62. Again, there's 5 heats of swimming here. Let's watch here as we get our final swimmer in here in lane number 3. That's Joshua McCall with Riptide. Joshua's a 13-year-old, and he will touch with a time of soft touch. Looks like it's a 3:20.08. All right, up next will be heat number 3. Again, there's 5 heats of swimming. This will be heat 3 of 5. Lane number 1, Cameron Andrewson with Riptide. Lane number 2, Charming Shu with Riptide. Lane number 3 is Wyatt Ziegler with the Sharks. And lane number 4, Aiden Kale with Riptide. Lane number 5, Cameron Seelig with Tiger Sharks. Lane number 6, Aiden Fitch with Riptide. Lane number 7, Nolan Luther with Riptide. And lane number 8, Aiden Coe with Riptide. Another shout out here. Go Quinlan and go McKenzie. Keep those shout outs coming, folks. We'll keep getting them on the air. Leading in lane number 4 is Aiden Kale with Riptide. Aiden's a 15-year-old with Riptide. His previous time is a 2:30.15. Pretty healthy lead here in lane number 4. I don't think Aiden has much to worry about here, but let's see. Second place currently is lane number 2. Lane number 2 is Charming from Riptide. Charming is a 13-year-old with a previous time of 2:38.83. All right, Aiden is coming back here for the finish. Let's take a look at that. And Aiden will touch with a time of 2:12.34. Previous time was 2:30.15. That's a great improvement. Ooh, it's going to be a tight one here. Let's watch as they come back for second. Touching second is lane number 6. Lane number 6 was Aiden Fitch with Riptide with a time of 2:24.24. Coming in third was lane number 3. That's Wyatt Ziegler with the Tiger Sharks with a time of 2:26.55. Nice swim. All right, folks, up next is going to be our heat number 4. As soon as we get our swimmers back. Got one swimmer outstanding right now, lane number 8. That's Aiden Coe with Riptide. Aiden is a 13-year-old, previous time of 3:23.71. and will improve on that time with a soft touch, but that was definitely an improvement. All right, next up is heat number 4.
Lane 1, Evan from Riptide. Lane 2.
All right, in lane number 1, Evan Binkley with Riptide. Lane number 2, Pearson Crick with Riptide. Lane number 4, Andrew Deeb, Riptide. In fact, this is an all Riptide heat now. Lane 5, Liam Grange with Riptide. McGavin Nye with Riptide. Noah Vu in lane number 7. And lane number 8, Cameron Peterson. So we have a no-show here in lane number 3. So that makes it an all Riptide heat. Looks like lane number 5 is leading the pack here. Lane number 5 is Liam Grange. Liam's a 14-year-old with Riptide. His previous time is 2:15.43. Very close for second place is going to be lanes 4 and 6. Lane 4 is Andrew Deeb. Lane 6 is McGavin Nye. Let's watch as they come back. These swimmers are very, very close. Anything's possible with a good turn. Look at that. Lanes 4 and 5 are neck and neck, followed by lane number 6 and 3rd. Taking over the first place spot, lane number 4, that's Andrew Deeb. Again, Andrew is a 13-year-old. His previous time is 2:12.50. Let's watch again here. And there it is. The top 3 spots are lanes 4, 5, and 6. Again, lane 4, Andrew Deeb. Lane 5, Liam Grange. Lane 6, McGavin Nye. All right, here they come back for the finish. Andrew Deeb in lane number 4 with Riptide will finish first with a time of 2:08.70. Lane number 5 will finish second. That's Liam Grange with a time of 2:13.33. Finishing third is lane number 6 with a time of 2:18.81. That's McGavin Nye. All right, next up is our final heat in the Event 9 boys 13 and over 200-yard freestyle. This is heat 5. This should be a fast swim. Swimmers are getting set. All right, getting swimmers reset here in just a second. All right, here we go. Whoosh! Into the water they go. In lane number 1, Nikita Grinberg with Riptide. Lane number 2, Mackenzie Schroeder, Riptide. Lane number 3, Lucas Paul, Riptide. Lane number 4, Patrick Curran, Riptide. Lane 5, Matthew Larson with Northfield. Lane 6, Nolan Hansen, Riptide. Lane 7, Quinlan Schroeder with Riptide. And in lane 8, Joey Kunze with Riptide. In the lead here in lane number 4 by about a half a body length is Patrick Curran with Riptide, closely followed by lane number 5. That's Matthew Larson with Northfield. It's anybody's swim here, though, with these kids. It's pretty tight, neck and neck as they come back. We're going to watch it here as they make their turn. Still leading just barely by about a quarter of a body length now is lane number 4. That's Patrick Curran with Riptide. Patrick's a 16-year-old. His previous time is a 1:44.85. Next to him in second place is Matthew Larson with Northfield. He's 17. His previous time was 1:52.73. Let's watch again as they come back. So, yeah, maintaining his lead, lengthening now by about a body length is Patrick Curran in lane number 4. Third place appears to be lane number 7. Lane 7 is Quinlan Schroeder with Riptide. He's a 17-year-old. His previous time is a 2:03.99. I believe that's who we have in second and third place, rather. Let's watch as they come back. I was following the other two so closely, I'm not sure. Touching first with a time of 1:49.55 in lane number 4 is Patrick Curran. Touching second, lane number 5, with a time of 1:52.53. Lane number 5 is Matthew Larson with Northfield. And touching third in lane number 7 is Quinlan Schroeder with a time of 1:54.84 in lane number 7. All right, up next is event number 10, girls 11 to 12, 200-yard freestyle. This will be heat 1 of 3. Lane number 2, Lila Alm with the Tiger Sharks. Lane number 3, Danica Myers, Riptide. Lane number 4, Sophia Renato, Riptide. Lane number 5, Audra Watts, Tiger Sharks. Lane number 6, Claire Ackley with the Tiger Sharks. And lane number 7, Amelia Holte with Riptide. And finally, in lane number 8, June Moore with Riptide. Leading the pack is lane number 2. That's Danica Myers with Riptide. Danica's a 12-year-old. Her previous time in this event is a 3:21.59. Second place is a little bit hard to tell, but it looks like it's lane number 4. Really tight between lanes 4, 5, and 6. By the way, lane number 4 is Sophia Renato with Riptide. Lane number 5 is Audra Watts with the Tiger Sharks. And lane number 6 is Claire Ackley with the Tiger Sharks. Lane number 4, Sophia Renato, is a 12-year-old with Riptide. Her previous time in this event is 3:18.28. Let's watch here as they come back and make their turns. So Lila Alm with the Tiger Sharks in lane number 2. Well, I want to get this correct now. Lane number 2 is in the lead, it does appear. She's a 12-year-old, Lila Alm with the Tiger Sharks. She has no previous time in this. We had a no-show in lane number 3, it looks like, so I made a mistake there. I apologize. We'll watch again here at the turn. Lane 5 is leading that second group of girls there, as we talked about previously. Lane number 5 is Audra Watts with the Tiger Sharks. She's a 12-year-old. Her previous time is 3:21.18. Finishing first with a time of 2:40.11 was lane number 2. Lane 2 was Lila Alm with the Tiger Sharks. Great first-time swim. Coming in second. Oh, it's going to be tight. Who's reaching first? It does look like lane number 4 will finish first. Second, rather. That's Sophia Renato with Riptide. And coming in third was lane number 5. That's Audra Watts with the Tiger Sharks. All right, up next is heat number 2 of 3 of event 10, girls 11 to 12, 200-yard freestyle.
Lane 1, Lily from Tiger Sharks. Lane 3, Ainsley from Tiger Sharks. Lane 4, Emma from Tiger Sharks. Lane 5, Annabelle from Riptide. Lane 7, Laurel from Northfield.
In lane number 1, Lily Close with the Tiger Sharks. Lane number 3, Emma Close with the Tiger Sharks. Lane number 5, Annabelle Schultz with Riptide. Lane number 7, Laurel Benson with Northfield. And lane number 8, Rima Menon with Riptide. Lane number 3 is Ainsley Perucci with the Tiger Sharks, by the way. Want to make sure I get that in there. She's an 11-year-old. And her previous time is a 2:51.34. Currently leading is lane number 4. Lane number 4 is Emma Close with the Tiger Sharks. She's a 12-year-old. Her previous time is 2:46.83. Go ahead, folks. Leave some more shout-outs. And please go ahead and hit the like button. We appreciate that. That lets them know that you want to continue to see these live streams. It also lets them know that we want to get better equipment to make sure you can actually see these live streams better. Again, you are watching heat number 2 of event number 10. This is girls 11 to 12, 200-yard freestyle. And still leading the pack is lane number 4. That's Emma Close with the Tiger Sharks. Second place is almost a tie here between lanes 3 and 5. Lane 3 was Ainsley Perucci with the Tiger Sharks. Lane 5 is Annabelle Schultz with Riptide. Annabelle is a 12-year-old with Riptide. Her previous time is 2:51.30. All right, let's watch here as Emma Close comes back to touch in lane number 4 for the Tiger Sharks. She'll touch with a time of 2:33.90. I am going to guess here that lane 5 will touch first. Yes, they will. Lane 5 coming in second place is 2:45.43. Lane 5 is Annabelle Schultz with Riptide. Coming in third was lane number 3 with a time of 2:46 even. And that's Ainsley Perucci with the Tiger Sharks. All right, up next is heat number 3. This is our final heat in event 10, girls 11 to 12, 200-yard freestyle. Into the water they go. In lane 1, Susie Klumper, Riptide. Lane number 2, Anita Matsuro with Northfield. All the rest of the swimmers are with Riptide. Lane number 3, Claire McKinley. Lane number 4, Addie Fakken. Lane number 5, Kaylin DuBois. Lane number 6, Sophia Geronimus. Lane number 7, Chelsea Graw. And in lane number 8, Megan Rucci. Well, it's a pretty tight swim so far. Let's watch as they come back and make their turns. Boy, it's close for first place, but I'm going to give it to lane number 4, I think. Lane number 4 was Addie Fakken with Riptide. Addie is a 12-year-old. Previous time is a 2:24.56. Right next to her, though, in lane number 3, is Claire McKinley, also with Riptide. She's also a 12-year-old. Her previous time is 2:32.20. And on the other side of them, in lane number 5, is Kaylin DuBois with Riptide, an 11-year-old with a previous time of 2:24.98. Does look like perhaps the lead has changed. Lane number 3 now is leading the pack. Lane 3 is Claire McKinley. Here's another shout out. Here's a shout out to the announcer. You do such. Thank you so much. Thanks, Michelle. Appreciate it. Let's watch here as they come back. Boy, this is neck and neck swimming between lanes 3, 4, and 5. Hard to give it to anybody at this point. It's almost like watching synchronized swimming, or 3 friends out for a nice set of pool laps. You can see Coach Amy in the lower part of your screen on the left-hand side here wearing the shark costume. All right, now we're going to see it as they come back here. From my vantage point, looks like lane 5 has moved ahead. Let's watch. Can she touch first? Yes, with a time of 2:19.86. That's Kaylin DuBois with Riptide. Coming in second was lane number 4. That's Addie Fakken with Riptide. And coming in third was lane number 3, And that's Claire McKinley coming in fourth. Lane number 6, Sophia Geronimos with Riptide. Coming in fifth was lane number 1, Susie Klumper with Riptide. Coming in sixth, lane number 7, that's Chelsea Grog. Coming in seventh was lane number 2, that's Anita Matsura. Coming in eighth was lane number 8, that's Megan Rucci. All right, up next. Next is event 11, boys 11 to 12, 200-yard freestyle. In lane number 3, Jack Wheeler. Lane number 4, George Quinn, or Kin, sorry. And in lane number 5, Jackson Marlowe, all with Riptide. All previously have no previous times. Currently in the lead is lane number 4. That's George. George is a 12-year-old. Next to him in second place in lane number 3 is Jack Wheeler. Jack's a 12-year-old as well. And then Jackson Marlowe in lane number 5 is an 11-year-old. Again, this is a first-time swim for all 3 swimmers. Another shout-out. There it is from Aaron. Go, Patrick, go. Love Olive, Tay, Gus, and Elio. Elio, I guess, right? Keep those shout-outs coming. I'll get them on for you. Let's watch here. Have another shout-out. Great to see him come in. This one's from Jaden Delaney, Riptide. Yes, that's Alona Delaney for Riptide. Great shout-out. Keep them coming, folks. Don't forget, click the like button as well. It does help. I want to get the best equipment so you guys can have the best views. Trust me, this is all for you. I do it all for you. Let's watch here as we see the turn here for lane number 4. Again, that's George in lane number 4. He's in first, followed by lane number 3. That's Jack Wheeler. And he's making his turn. All right, here we go. Finishing first is going to be lane number 4. That's George Quinn with Riptide, our 12-year-old. He finishes with a first time of 2:28.93. Okay, we had a slight pause there from our swimmer in lane number 5. All right, coming in second is going to be lane number 3 with a time of 2:46.66 rather. That's Jack Wheeler. And that means that Jackson Marlowe in lane number 5 will be back in just a minute for his final lap. The rule is, even if the swimmer stops when they should have turned and kept going, as long as their feet don't touch the bottom of the pool, they can continue. If, however, their feet touch the bottom of the pool when they stop, then they are disqualified. But it did not look like Jack touched anything. So he's able to continue to swim, at least from my vantage point. Again, none of these swimmers have previous time, so Jack will finish with a time of 3:29.86. All right, next up is our final heat of event 11. This is heat number 2. This is boys 11 to 12, 200-yard freestyle. Swimmers are getting set, and into the water they go. And lane number 1, Joe Roberts with the Tiger Sharks. Lane number 2, Noah Roth with the Tiger Sharks. Lane number 3, Philip Simmering with Riptide. Remember, Philip's the one who played the national anthem for us. Lane number 4, Micah DeBelts with Riptide. Lane number 5, Logan Wolf with Riptide. Lane number 6, Nathan Munoz Marquez with the Tiger Sharks. Lane number 7, James Whited with Northfield. And lane number 8, Connor Brown with Riptide. Let's get a little different view here as they make their exchange, or their turn rather. Out in front is lane number 4. That's Micah DeBelts. No surprise there. He's a 12-year-old with Riptide. His previous time in this event is 2:11.11. Micah is a fast swimmer. In second place, looks like right behind him, quite a ways behind him, is Logan Wolf. That's Micah in your screen right now making his turn. And we see Logan in lane number 5 coming in for his turn. And Philip Simmering in lane number 3 making his turn. Logan Wolf is also a 12-year-old in lane number 5. His previous time is 2:30.48. Philip Simmering in lane number 3, our cello player, is also 12 years old. Has a previous time of 2:34.41. Looks like nobody can even touch Micah here in this one. As you see, he's taking his turn again here in lane number 4. Looks to me like Philip Simmering maybe has... Nope, it's close, but I'm going to say Logan Wolf still has second place, followed by Philip Simmering. All right, Micah DeBelt in lane number 4 will finish first with a time of 2:08.10 for Riptide. Coming in second is going to be lane number 5, as predicted. That's Logan Wolf with Riptide. He'll touch with a time of 2:18.51. These are all improvements on previous times, by the way. Lane number 3 will come in third place with a time of 2:20.72. That's Philip Simmering. Also a nice improvement. Coming in fourth is going to be, with a soft touch, lane number 6. Lane 6, by the way, was Nathan Munoz Marquez with the Tiger Sharks. All right, folks. Nope, we got a soft touch there in the last one.
Girls 10 and under, 200-yard freestyle, week 1.
Next up is event number 12. This is girls 10 and under, 200-yard freestyle. This will be two heats of swimming. Looks like it's a first-time swim for everybody. Swimmers are getting set. And into the water they go. Got another shout out here from Mary DeBelts. Great job, Micah, from Grandma and Grandpa from Ely. Hey, great to see you guys. I think last time I saw you was at the Highland Pool. So glad you can watch. All right, lane number 1, Ella McComber with Tiger Sharks. Lane number 2, Alora Major with Riptide. Lane number 3, Stella McCurdy, Riptide. Lane number 4, Olivia Rooney with Riptide. Lane number 5, Fiona Prill with Riptide. Lane number 6, Morgan Sims, Riptide. And lane number 7, Layla Sheets with Riptide. Again, these are all first-time swims for these swimmers. Another shout out here. Auntie Sarah says, go, Olivia, go. Keep them coming, folks. We'll get them on for the swimmers here. And also keep hitting that like button. All right, touching first, lane number 6. Lane 6 was Morgan Sims with Riptide. She's a 9-year-old. She's touched with a 2:36.53. Touching second is going to be lane number 2. Lane number 2 is Laura Major from Riptide. She's also a 9-year-old. She had a soft touch there, so I don't have a time for you. Coming in third is going to be lane number 5, it looks like. Lane 5 will touch with a 3:01.57. That's Fiona Prill from Riptide. Great swim. Great swim, girls. All right, up next will be heat number 2 of event 12, girls 10 and under 200-yard freestyle. In lane number 1, Kayla Schroeder, Riptide. Lane number 2, Addie Plone, Riptide. Lane number 3, Nicole Shariat with Riptide. Sorry about that. Lane 4, Mila Agalilu with Riptide. Lane number 5, Freya Simmering with Riptide. Lane number 6, Ava Lynch, Tiger Sharks. Lane number 7, Peyton Holste with Tiger Sharks. And lane number 8, Jessica Yang with Riptide. Does look like lane 4 is currently leading. That's Mila with Riptide. She's a 10-year-old. Her previous time is 2:40.12 in this event. There she is making her turn. I think, if I'm not mistaken, lane number 1 might be in second place. That's Kayla Schroeder. She's a 10-year-old from Riptide. This will be a first-time swim for Kayla. Couple more shout-outs here. Let's go, Olivia. Love you, Daddy, and Elise. Another shout out here. I thought maybe it was. Go, Mila. We'll get it right. That's Mila Agalilu, right? Agalilu? You can fix that for me too. I do want to make sure I get it right. All right, let's watch as they come back here for the finish. Finishing first in lane number 4 is Mila. Again, she's our 10-year-old. She finished with a time of 2:31.21, and her previous time was a 2:40.12. Nice improvement. Coming in second was lane number 1. That's Kayla Schroeder. She's also a 10-year-old from Riptide. First time swim for her here with a 2:39.22. Coming in third was lane number 5. That's Freya Simmering. She's also a 10-year-old with Riptide, and her finish was a 2:46.09. Her previous time was a 2:54.31. Great swim. All right, here comes our last couple of swimmers in. There we go. That'll do it for event number 12. Next up is event 13. This is boys 10 and under 200-yard freestyle. This will be a one-heat event. Into the water they go. In lane number 3, Joe Howie with Riptide. Lane number 4, Nicholas Siegler with Riptide. And lane number 5, Andrew Whited with Northfield. Joe in lane number 3 is a 9-year-old, it says here. And this is no previous time, so this will be a first-time swim. Nicholas Siegler in lane number 4 is 10 with Riptide, and a previous time of 3:36.52 in this event. And Andrew Whited in lane number 5 for Northfield is 10, and also has no previous time in this event. Let's watch here as they come back to make their turn. Well, it's pretty close here, but let's see who makes the turn first. I'm going to say it's lane number 3. Lane number 3 is Joe Howie with Riptide. Another shout out here for you. Let's go. This is from Rocco Bell. Mia's cheering for you, by the way. Great. Love these shout outs. Keep them coming. Hopefully you guys like to see them, because I know the swimmers do. And let's also keep the likes coming, folks. We've got an awful lot of watchers, and we only got 25 likes. Oh, got a little extension on that last shout out. Let's get the camera view changed for you. Let's go Rocky DeMarco. There we go. Love Mom and Dad. All right, looks like the lead is currently lane number 5. Lane number 5 is Andrew Whited with Northfield. Remember, he's our 10-year-old with no previous time from Northfield. Let's watch as they make their turn here. There we go. It's still a pretty close race here, no matter how you call it. But I'm going to say that lane number 5, Andrew Whited, is in first. And I'm going to say lane number 3, that's Joe Howie from Riptide, is in second place. And lane number 4, Nicholas Siegler with Riptide, is in third. Let's see if they continue that pattern. Boy, look at that. Just as you make those calls, look at what happened here. Lane number 3, that's Joe Howie with Riptide, switched and turned on the jets to come in with a time of 3:09.74 and to take the first spot. Coming in second in lane number 5 was Andrew Whited with Northfield with a time of 3:12.35. Coming in third was lane number 4, that's Nicholas Siegler, with a time of 3:18.60. All right, folks, up next is event 14. This is a mixed event. This is 8 and under, 25-yard breaststroke. So this will be a down and finish. So right now the timers are all going down to the other end of the pool. The scoreboard will not reflect the finish times here. This will all be based on stopwatches from the timers. All right, swimmers are going to get set here. Here we go. Oh, we got a false start here. Have to get that swimmer back out of the water. They get so excited. I know how they feel. I love watching these little kids. Seems like just yesterday mine was that size. Once again, this is 8 and under, 25-yard breaststroke. Tough stroke. All right, swimmers are getting set again. There they go into the water for the breaststroke. Remember, this is down and out. In lane number 2, Grace Rose for the Tiger Sharks. Lane number 3, Violet Hernandez with Riptide. Lane number 4, Dot Rose with the Tiger Sharks. Lane number 5, Annika Michaela with Riptide. And lane number 6, Ian Liu with Riptide. Lane number 5 will finish first. Lane number 5 was Annika Michaela for Riptide. I think finishing second right next to her, if I saw it right, was lane number 6, Ian Liu with Riptide. Finishing third, well, I can't tell. I'm not sure on third. All right, now timers are going to make their way back to the other end of the pool, so there'll be a short break here while everybody gets reset for our next event. Our next event, by the way, is going to be event 15. This is girls 13 and over, 100-yard breaststroke. So they'll be back in just a minute. Just getting the things set here for our finish. I ran out of space and I needed to use it. There we go. Once again, this is the event 15, girls 13 and over, 100-yard breaststroke. This will be heat 1 of 2. I'm sorry, heat 2 of 2. 2 full heats is really what I meant to say. All right. Our swimmers are in the water. Lane number 4 is Allie Peterson with Riptide. Lane number 5, Hannah Gordy with the Tiger Sharks. And lane number 6, McKenna Moynihan with Riptide. Allie Peterson, in fact, all of them are 13 years old. Allie in lane number 4 is a previous time of 1:37.78. And lane number 5 for the Tiger Sharks, Hannah, has a previous time of 1:54.89. And in lane number 6, McKenna for Riptide has no previous time, so this is a first-time swim for her. In the lead is Allie Peterson for Riptide in lane number 4. I don't know who's in lane number 3. Let me see if I can get that name for you. Looks like lane number 4 is Violet Hernandez with Riptide. Sorry about that. I didn't have that on my sheets. Well, while I was looking up, I missed the camera exchange. By the way, Violet is, looks like a 7-year-old, I believe. Touching first in lane number 4 with a time of 1:26.01 was Allie Peterson for Riptide. Again, her previous time was a 1:37.78, so a very nice improvement. Coming in second was lane number 6 with a soft touch. That was McKenna Moynihan. And coming in third was lane number 3. And lane number 3, as we said, was Violet Hernandez. All right, up next is heat number 2. This will be our final heat of event 15, girls 13 and over, 100-yard breaststroke. In lane number 1, Ruby Call with Riptide. Lane number 2, Elena Pontrelli with Riptide. Lane number 3, Elizabeth Matsura with Northfield. Lane number 4, Molly Johnson, Riptide. Lane number 5, Avery Jelinek, Riptide. Lane number 6, Vivian Kohler, Riptide. Lane number 7, Alyssa Bauer with Riptide. And in lane number 8, Emmy Plone with Riptide. Boy, it's going to be tight here to see who's in first. Very tough to tell between lanes 2 and 5, and then right next to it, lane 6. It's hard to tell, but I'm going to say lane 4 is definitely in the lead. Molly Johnson with Riptide. She's 17 years old. She's previous time here of 1:10.18. So second place is just very difficult to tell who's in second. Not so much for first place, however. Here we go as they come back here. Another shout out here from Jerry Bauer. Let's go, Alyssa. We'll get it on the screen in just a second. Finishing first, lane number 4 with a time of 1:12.69. Was Molly Johnson. Coming in second, lane number 5 was Avery Jelinek with a time of 1:22.82. Coming in third was lane number 2 with a time of 1:23.11. That was Elena Pontrelli. All right, up next is event 16. This is boys 13 and over 100-yard breaststroke. This will be 3 heats of swimming. Let's get that shout out I talked about up on the screen here. There you go. Jerry Bauer says, let's go, Alyssa. Swimmers are set. Looks like we've got 3 swimmers here. I've got 4 on my sheet. Lane number 3, Joshua McCall from Riptide. Lane number 4, Alex Siegler with Riptide. Lane number 5, Danielle Chura with Black Dog. And lane number 6, Ian Chong with Riptide. Let me just make sure we've got 3 or 4 swimmers here. Yeah, it looks like lane number 5 is not there. That must be a scratch. So this is an all Riptide heat then. As we watch lane number 6, that's Ian Chong coming into view as we speak. Ian's a 15-year-old from Riptide. This is his first time swimming this event. Now coming into view in lane number 4 is Alex Siegler. He's a 13-year-old with Riptide. He has a previous time of 1:55.14, and he just made his turn. Right behind him in lane number 3 is Joshua McCall, a 13-year-old from Riptide. This is also his first time swimming this event. All right, touching first is lane number 6 with a time of 1:19.40. That's Ian Chong with Riptide. He's our 15-year-old. Let's go back to the pool here for the rest of the swimmers. Looks like lane number 4 will finish second. Lane number 4 is Alex Siegler with Riptide. And he will touch with a time of 1:43.48. That leaves lane number 3, Joshua McCall, our 13-year-old from Riptide, and he has a soft touch. All right, up next is heat number 2 of 3. In lane number 1, Cameron Anderson with Riptide. Lane number 2, Pranav Antavilu with Riptide. Lane number 3, Joey Kunze with Riptide. Lane number 4, Andrew Deeb with Riptide. In lane number 5, Chase Melby with Northfield. In lane number 6, Cameron Seelig with Tiger Sharks. Lane number 7, Arthur Eddy with Black Dog. And in lane number 8, Carter Callis with Riptide. Watch here as they make their turn. Very close here between lanes 4 and 5. Hard to tell, but I think lane 4 is a hair ahead here. Lane number 4 is Andrew Deeb with Riptide. Yeah, definitely lengthening his lead here over lane number 5. Lane number 5, by the way, is Chase Melby with Northfield. And right now in third place, I would say it's Joey Kunze in lane number 3 from Riptide. Andrew Deeb in lane number 4 is 13 years old with Riptide. He has a previous time of 1:19.01. He's closely followed by Chase Melby in lane number 5, who's a 15-year-old from Northfield. His previous time is 1:21.08. Let's watch here as they come in for the finish. Andrew will touch first in lane number 4 with a time of 1:18.90. Lane number 3 will finish second. That's Joey Kunze. Nice pull-off there with a time of 1:20.83. Coming in third was lane number 5. And that is Chase Melby with Northfield with a time of 1:21.59. All right, next up is our final heat of this event. This is heat number 3 of event 16, boys 13 and over, 100-yard breaststroke. This will be a full boat of swimmers here. Into the water they go. In lane number 1, Nikita Grinberg with Riptide. Lane number 2, Rourke Bennett with Northfield. Lane number 3 is Ben Lee with Riptide. Lane 4, Mark Heidi with Riptide. Lane 5, Jovan Langseth, Riptide. Lane 6, Mackenzie Schroeder with Riptide. Lane 7, William Radetsky with Riptide. And in lane number 8, Colin Hawkins with the Tiger Sharks. Let's watch here as they come back to make their turn. Lane number 4, that's Mark Heidi with Riptide. It says here he's an 18-year-old with Riptide. His previous time is a 1.00.12 in this event. Pretty tough here to see who's in second, but it is between lanes 3 and 5. Lane 3 is Ben Lee with Riptide. Lane 5 is Jovan Langseth with Riptide. Let's watch here as they come back for the finish. Finishing first is going to be lane number 4 with a time of 1:06.00. That's Mark Heidi, by the way, with Riptide. He's our 18-year-old. Coming in second was lane number 3. That's Ben Lee with Riptide with a time of 1:08.30. Coming in third place was lane number 5 with a time of 1:09.49. Jovan Langseth with Riptide. That was our final heat of event 16, rather. Up next will be event 17. This will be girls 11 to 12 50-yard breaststroke. So this will be a quick down and back. There will be 5 heats in this event. This will be heat number 1. All right, into the water they go. In lane number 3, Andrea Lee with Riptide. Lane number 4 is Charlotte Fricky with the Tiger Sharks. And that's it for swimmers in this one. Okay. They must have had a scratch. Andrea Lee is an 11-year-old with Riptide. She has no previous time, so this is a first-time swim for her. And lane number 4, Charlotte Fricky with the Tiger Sharks, is also 11 years old, and her previous time is 1:16.02, so she's trying to better that. Currently in the lead, however, is lane number 3, and that's Andrea Lee. And Andrea will touch with a soft touch, so unfortunately I don't have the actual time for you. It does say 54.54, not sure if that's correct. Charlotte Fricky with the Tiger Sharks will finish second, lane number 4, with a time of 1:06.39. All right, up next will be heat number 2 of girls 11 to 12 50-yard breaststroke. All right, we got a full boat of swimmers here as well. Into the water they go. In lane number 1, Evelyn Andreessen with Riptide. Lane number 2, Melody Ford with Northfield. Lane number 3, Amelia Powers with Black Dog. Lane number 4, Claire Ackley with the Tiger Sharks. Lane number 5, Jimmy Garcia with Northfield. Lane number 6, Amelia Holke with Riptide. Lane number 7, Aubrey Hansen with the Tiger Sharks. Lane number 8, Kinsley Munson with Riptide. Remember, this is a quick down and back, and let me tell you, this is a close one. I cannot tell who's in first. That's how close it is. It is between lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. It's going to be who can swim the fastest for this last little leg, and who's got the longest reach. Let's see. Is it 4? It is 4. Lane number 4 with a time of 52.12 will take first. That's Claire Ackley with the Tiger Sharks. Coming in second is lane number 3, Amelia Powers with Black Dog with a time of 52.16. Coming in third, lane number 5 with a 52.45 was Jimmy Garcia with Northfield. Up next is heat number 3. Keep those shout-outs coming, folks. And keep the likes coming as well. All right, into the water they go. In lane number 1, Layla Turner with Riptide. Lane number 2, Freya Davis with Northfield. Lane number 3, Ainsley Parucci with the Tiger Sharks. Lane number 4, Lily Crawford with Riptide. Lane number 5, Helen Higginbotham with Riptide. Lane number 6, Lily Close with the Tiger Sharks. Lane number 7, June Moore with Riptide. And lane number 8, JoJo Blondes with Riptide. Once again, folks, we're here live at the Blue Water Aquatic Center in Apple Valley, Minnesota. My name is Tom Rucci. I'm your live stream host and proud parent of a swimmer. And we are bringing you Event 17, the girls 11 to 12 50-yard breaststroke. Coming in first was lane number 7 with a time of 45.73. That's June Moore of Riptide. Coming in second was lane number 5 with a time of 45.82. Lane 5 was Helen Higginbotham of Riptide. And lane number 4 came in third. Lane 4 was Lily Crawford of Riptide. Next up is heat number 4 of 5 of this event. Into the water they go. Lane number 1, Anita Matsura with Northfield. Lane number 3 is Ruby Dolan with Riptide. Lane number 4 is Emma Close with Tiger Sharks. Lane number 5 is Kaylin DuBois with Riptide. Lane number 6 is Lila Almy with the Tiger Sharks. Lane number 7, Audrey Hagee with Riptide. And lane number 8, Erin O'Connell with Riptide. Let's watch here as they come back. Looks to me like lane number 5 is going to touch first. Lane number 5 will touch first with a time of 40.52. That's Kaylin DuBois with Riptide. Coming in second, I'm going to go by the scoreboard here, is lane number 4. Lane 4 was Emma Close with the Tiger Sharks. Coming in third, lane number 3, and that was Ruby Dolan with Riptide. Up next is our final heat of this event. That's heat number 5. And again, this is event 17, girls 11 to 12, 50-yard breaststroke. All right, into the water they go. Lane number 1, Alice Gaffke with Riptide. This is an all Riptide heat. Lane 2, Lauren Bakke. Lane number 3, Anna Lee. Lane number 4, Catherine Deeb. Lane number 5, Marion Colwaite. Lane 7, Chelsea Graw. And lane number 8, Eliana Heinel. We get another shout out here. Ooh. I must have screwed that up with the last name there. All right, let's take a look here. Finishing first was lane number 3. Lane number 3 was Anna. Coming in second, lane number 5 is Marion. And coming in third was lane number 4, that's Catherine Deeb. All right, up next is our 50-yard breaststroke. This is event 18, boys 11 to 12, 50-yard breaststroke. There's going to be 3 heats of swimming here. All right, the boys are in the water. In lane number 2, Andrew Eddy with Black Dog. Lane number 3, Elijah Bridley, Northfield. Lane number 4, Zach Anderson, Riptide. Lane number 5, Cal Chaffin with Riptide. And in lane number 6 is George Quinney. Another shout out here. Go Zach, go. Grandma and Grandpa are cheering from Arizona. Great to have you here, Grandma and Grandpa. Well, let's watch the finish here. Finishing first is lane number 6 with a time of 40.01. Lane 6 was George. Coming in second, I think, was lane number 5, was Cal. Coming in third was lane 4, that's Zach. And coming in fourth would have been, I don't know, lane 3. I'm going to go with that, was Elijah. We'll have to see here with the actual times. All right, up next is heat number 2 of 3. Lane number 1, Benjamin Larson with the Tiger Sharks. Lane number 2 is Quan Duong with Riptide. Lane number 3, Max Mazzarello with Northfield. Lane number 4, Aiden Solon with Riptide. Lane number 5, Brian Yang, Riptide. Lane number 7, Martin Pritchard with Black Dog. And lane number 8, Ethan Thompson with Riptide. All right, let's watch here as they come back. Looks like lane number 5 is going to finish first. Lane 5 is Brian Yang with Riptide. He's a 12-year-old, previous time of 48.63. Finishes with a 41.20. Coming in second, lane number 4 with a time of 45.01 was Aiden Solon with Riptide. Coming in third was lane number 2. That's Quinn Duong with Riptide. Great swims. All right, up next will be heat number 3. This will be our final heat of event 18. Again, this is the boys 11 to 12 50-yard breaststroke. These go by really fast, folks. All right, the boys are in the water. In lane number 1, Manny Heinen with the Stingrays. Lane number 2, Griffin Smith with Riptide. Lane 3, Philip Simmering with Riptide. Lane 4, Tucker Case, Riptide. Lane number 5, Micah DeBelts with Riptide. Lane 6, Owen Jenin, Riptide. Lane 7, Will Kohler, Riptide. And lane number 8, James Whited with Northfield. We have some pretty fast swimmers here. It's going to be interesting to see what happens. Looks like lane number 4 is in the lead. Let's watch if that's how we finish. Lane number 4 was Tucker Case. Will he touch first? No. Philip Simmering touched first in lane number 3 with a time of 36.62. Coming in second was lane number 4. That was Tucker Case with Riptide. And coming in third was lane number 5. That's Micah DeBelts, also with Riptide. All right, up next is event 19. This is girls 10 and under 50-yard breaststroke. There'll be 6 heats of this. This is heat number 1. All right, swimmers are in the water. Lane number 3 is Lily Berner with Riptide. Lane number 4 is Bryn Levan with Riptide. Lane number 5 is Nelly Agaliu with Riptide. And lane number 6 is Tess Linsmeyer with Riptide. Speaking of Nelly, we have a shout out here. Go Nelly. Another shout out here. Grandma and Papa cheering for you, Lily, from West Fargo, North Dakota. We'll get a better view here as they get a little bit closer here to the finish. Here they come. It's going to be tough, but it looks like lane number 6 will touch first. And yes, with a time of 1:04.12, lane number 6 is Tess Linsmeyer. She's an 8-year-old. Coming in second was lane number 5. That's Nelly Agaliu. She's also an 8-year-old. In fact, they're all 8-year-olds. She has a time of 1:05.58. Coming in third was lane number 4. That's Bryn Levan with a time of 1:09.89, which means in third, in lane number 3, Lily Berner will come in fourth in lane number 3. And she'll touch with a soft touch. All right, up next will be heat number 2. All right. They are in the water in lane number 1, Ingrid Oliver with Riptide. Or Olivier with Riptide. Lane number 2, Elodie Weatherman with Riptide. Lane number 3, Quinn Anderson, Riptide. Lane number 4, Cece Groshans with the Stingrays. Lane number 5, Betsy Berkstedt with Riptide. And lane number 6, Kara Klumper with Riptide. And lane number 8, Maddie Rudser with Riptide. Let's get that off the screen there so you can watch the swimming. Don't forget, send your favorite shout out for your favorite team, your favorite swimmer. Let us know where you're watching from. Don't forget, also, please crush that like button. It does help. It lets management know we want to continue to do these live streams. Coming in first is going to be lane number 5. That's Betsy Berkstedt with Riptide. She's a 10-year-old. This will be her first time swim. She'll finish with a time of 51.11. Coming in second, lane number 1 is Ingrid with Riptide with a time of 55.80. Coming in third was lane number 2, Elodie Weatherman with Riptide with a time of 57.86. Up next is heat number 3. We are halfway through it. There's 3. This is heat 3 of 6, rather, of event 19, girls 10 and under 50-yard breaststroke. All right, in lane number 1, Adriana Eppinger with Riptide. Lane 2, Leah Quayle with the Stingrays. Lane number 3, Evelyn Paschke with Black Dog. Lane number 4, Jillian Streifel with Riptide. Lane number 5, Madeline McMahon with Riptide. Lane number 6, Danielle Ellison Riptide. Lane number 7, Eileen Chen with Riptide. And lane number 8, Elena Kirschaltz with Riptide. Looks to me like lane number 7, that's Eileen, our 10-year-old with Riptide, is in first place. She has no previous time. That means this is a first-time swim. Let's watch as she comes back here. She will touch first, and her time will be a soft touch. It looks like 55.42. Coming in second, lane number 3. Lane 3 is Evelyn Paschke with Black Dog. Coming in third is lane number 4. That's Lillian Streifel with Riptide. Coming in fourth was lane number 8, Elena Kirschaltz with Riptide. Keep those shout-outs coming here as we go to our next heat here. It'll be heat number 4 of event 19. This is girls 10 and under 50-yard breaststroke. As I said before, the swimmers that are not in the water and not here cheering are in the lobby, so they can actually see these shout-outs. So go ahead and send those shout-outs out to them, and I'll get them on the air here so they can see them. Plus, they watch these back. All right, the girls are in the water here for heat number 4. Lane number 1 is Avi Ackerman with Northfield. Lane number 2, Avery Persigal with Riptide. Lane number 3, Ella McComber with the Tiger Sharks. Lane number 4, Peyton Pastrollo with Riptide. Lane number 5, Peyton Holste with the Tiger Sharks. Lane number 6, Molly Engen Riptide. Lane number 7, Quinn Jelinek Riptide. And lane number 8, Olivia Liu with Riptide. Lane number 4 is leading here. That's Peyton Pastrollo. She's an 8-year-old with Riptide. Her previous time is 1:01.28 in this event. Let's watch here as she comes back and touches. And she will touch with a time of 51.31. Coming in second is lane number 8. That's Olivia Liu with Riptide with a time of 55.41. Looks like, well, I didn't catch it there if it was lane number 2 or 5 that came in second. I'll just give you both of those names. Lane number 2 is Avery Persigal, and lane number 5 was Peyton Holste with the Tiger Sharks. Next up is heat number 5. We're gaining on it, folks. Swimmers are in the water here. All right, in the water they go. And lane number 1, Ava Lynch with the Tiger Sharks. Lane number 2, Eleanor Ames Rowe with Northfield. Lane number 3, Elizabeth Meyer, Riptide. Lane number 4, Gwyneth Herman, Riptide. Lane number 5, Addie Plone, Riptide. Lane number 6, Macy Krensky with Northfield. Lane number 7, Sana Roy with Riptide. And lane number 8, Olivia Almy with the Tiger Sharks. Touching first in lane number 4 was Gwyneth Herman with Riptide. I got to go by the scoreboard here. Second was lane number 5, Addie Plone with Riptide. Coming in third, lane number 6, Marcy Krinsky with Northfield. All right, up next is going to be our final heat in this event. This will be heat number 6 of event 19. This is girls 10 and under 50-yard breaststroke. All right, lane number 2, Aria Linsmeyer, Riptide. Lane number 3, Dalen Schmidt, Riptide. Lane number 4, Mila Agaliu with Riptide. Lane number 5, Tess Dolls with Tiger Sharks. Lane number 6, Emily Graw with Riptide. Lane number 7, Addie Vitas, Riptide. Lane number 8, Stella McCurdy, Riptide. When they come back, does look to me like lane number 4 is in the lead. That's Amila. Mila. Touching first, lane number 4, Mila for Riptide. Touching second, lane number 3, yes, Dalen Schmidt for Riptide. And touching third, lane number 6, Emily Graw with Riptide. All right, that brings up event 20. Our shout out up there. Way to go, Mila. All right, again, this is event 20, boys 10 and under 50-yard breaststroke. Swimmers are in the water. Lane number 2, Bill Cottis with Riptide. Lane number 3, Carson Egbert with Riptide. Lane number 4, Nicholas Michaela with Riptide. Lane number 5 is Lennox Quashnik with Black Dog. Lane number 6 is Gabe DeMarco with Riptide. Lane number 7 is Murphy DeMarco with Riptide. Let's see who's in the lead here. Looks like lane number 5 is in the lead. Lane 5 is Lennox with Black Dog. He's a 10-year-old. Pretty close, though, with lane number 7. Lane 7 is Murphy DeMarco with Riptide, and he's an 8-year-old. Let's watch here as they come back. I'm not sure who's going to touch first. I think it's going to be lane 5 with a time of 56:41. Lane 5 was Lennox with Black Dog. Finishing second was lane 7. That was Murphy DeMarco with Riptide with a time of 56:53. All right, up next is heat number 2. This will be our final heat of event 20. Boys 10 and under 50-yard breaststroke. All right, boys are in the water. Lane number 1 is Torrin Engel with Northfield. Lane number 2, Nate Dowles with Tiger Sharks. Lane 3, Darren Schmidt with Riptide. Lane 4, Andrew Whited with Northfield. Lane 5, William Zhang with Riptide. Lane number 6 is Ben Johnson, Riptide. Lane number 7, Weston Mira with Tiger Sharks. And lane number 8 is Declan Prestigwin with the Tiger Sharks. Another shout out here. Go Gabriel, watching from Wilmer. Thank you, Terry. Great to see you watching. Boy, it's pretty close here. It's going to be a tight one. Let's watch here as they come back. I believe it's going to be lane number 5. Lane 5 is William Zhang with Riptide. He's a 10-year-old with a previous time of 54:55. He will finish this time with a 47:42. Coming in second was lane number 3, Darren Schmidt, also from Riptide, an 8-year-old with a time of 48:22. And coming in third, lane number 4, Andrew Whited from Northfield with a time of 49:87. Great swimming. All right. Up next will be event 21. So all the timers are now moving to the other end of the pool because, again, this is a mixed 8 and under 25-yard backstroke. So it'll be straight down and out of the pool. So you won't see the times on the scoreboard. This is a single heat event, so this will be heat 1 of 1. Folks, we have a total of 41 events today, so we're past the halfway mark at this point with this event. All right, here it is, mixed 8 and under 25-yard backstroke. This is our event 21, which will take us over the halfway point. Let me get the fan off us here a little bit. Supposed to have a swimmer in lane 6 as well. There he goes. He's going over to 6 now. Missing a swimmer in lane number 5, it looks like. Okay, the swimmers are off, and here they go. And again, this is a down and out. In lane number 3 is Sophia Eisenzimmer from Riptide. Lane number 4 is I. Werner from Riptide. And in lane number 6, Ian Liu from Riptide. Let's see who touches first. It looks to me like it's going to be lane number 4. That's I. Werner from Riptide. Coming in second is going to be Ian Liu in lane number 6. And coming in third is going to be Sophia Eisen-Zimmer in lane number 3. All right, folks. That's it for that one. Now the timers are going to make their way back to this end of the pool, I believe. Yeah, here they come. And we'll get set for our next event. Our next event is event 22. This will be girls 13 and over 100-yard backstroke. And this will be 2 heats of swimming. Again, folks, don't forget those shout-outs. Keep them coming, and I'll keep getting them on the air here. And also, like I said before, we sure would appreciate it if you could go ahead and hit the like button. It lets the coaches and management know that you want to continue to see these live streams, because we sure would like to keep bringing them to you. And we sure do want to hear where you're watching from, so keep those coming as well in the shout-outs. All right, there they go. This is an all Riptide heat. In lane number 1 is Harper Colley. Lane 2, Tessa Rodolfi. Lane 3, Alona Delaney. Lane number 4, Madison McKinney. Lane number 5, Emma Paul. Lane number 6, Emily Samsel. Lane number 7, Joella Hahn. And lane number 8, Melina Fitch. All right, finishing first in lane number 4 was Madison McKinney, obviously with Riptide. Finishing second was lane number 6. That's Emily Samsel. Finishing third was lane number 5. That's Emma Paul. I know it looks a little different here on the scoreboard. And then Alona Delaney was next with a time of 1:29.24 in lane number 2. All right, next up is heat 2 of 2. This is our final heat of event 22, girls 13 and over, 100-yard backstroke. All right, the swimmers are off. There they go. Again, this is another all Riptide heat. Makes it an all Riptide event. Lane number 1, Josephine Doe. Lane number 2, Chandler Offerman. Lane number 3, Avery Jelinek. Lane number 4, Gwen Moore. Lane number 5, Samantha Graves. Lane 6, Jessica Bakke. Lane 7, Lainey Bell. And in lane number 8, Allie Peterson. Touching first, lane number 4 with a time of 1:06.15 was Gwen Moore. Touching second, lane number 2, that's Chandler Offerman with a time of 1:09.09. Touching third, lane number 5, Samantha Graves with a time of 1:09.68. All right, up next is going to be event 23. Event 23 is our boys 13 and over 100-yard backstroke. There will be 5 heats to this event.
This is a combined event.
Uh-oh. We have a combined event. Let me see what this is.
The rest of the ladies 3 through 5 will be swimming event 23. Boys 13 and over 100-yard backstroke.
I was not alerted to the combining here. I'll bring you what I've got.
Lane 1 is Cameron. In lane 3, Arthur.
Lane 1 is Cameron. Lane 3 is Arthur Eddy with Black Dog. Lane 4 is Micah Kang with Riptide. And lane 5 is Logan Deneen with Black Dog. I'm showing no previous times here for any of these swimmers, so this is a first time swim for all of them. So Cameron is our combined swimmer here. Sorry about the view there. Clock says lane number 5 finished first. Lane number 5 is Logan Deneen. Next up is heat number 2. I don't believe this is going to be a combined event. We should have a full boat of swimmers. I tried to get some more information on the combined event. Couldn't find it, so. All right, swimmers are in the water. Lane number 2, Ethan Misikanis, Riptide. Lane number 3, Aiden Coe, Riptide. Lane number 4, Gavin Yang with Riptide. Lane 5, Eric Walter, Northfield. Lane 6, Carter Callis with Riptide. And in lane number 7, Ian Chong with Riptide. Touching first in lane number 4 with a time of 1:08.66 was Gavin Yang with Riptide. Touching second, lane number 2, Ethan Misikanis with Riptide with a time of 1:14.45. Coming in third, lane number 7, that's Ian Chong with Riptide with a time of 1:14.77. All right, up next will be heat number 3 of 5. Come on, folks, let's get some more shout-outs here. If you want to give a shout-out to your favorite swimmer, your favorite team, let us know where you're watching from. Next up is heat number 3 of the boys 13 and over 100-yard backstroke. All right, there they go. Lane number 1, McGavin Nye with Riptide. Lane number 2, Liam Grange with Riptide. Lane number 3, Nolan Luther with Riptide. Lane number 4, Wyatt Ziegler, Tiger Sharks. Lane 5, Eben Binkley with Riptide. Lane number 6, Oliver Deneen, Black Dog. Lane number 7, Cameron Peterson with Riptide. And lane number 8, Mason Yost with Riptide. Touching first with a time of 1:06.83 is lane number 6. Lane number 6 was Oliver Deneen with Black Dog. Coming in second was lane number 2. That's Liam Grange with Riptide with a time of 1:10.34. Coming in third, lane number 5 with a time of 1:14.36. And that was Eben Binkley with Riptide. All right, next up will be heat number 4. Swimmers are taking their mark. And there they go. In lane number 1, Aiden Fitch with Riptide. Lane number 2, Andrew Deeb, Riptide. Lane number 3, Joey Coonsey, Riptide. Lane number 4, Mackenzie Schroeder, Riptide. Lane number 5, Colin Hawkins, Tiger Sharks. Lane number 6, Pearson Crick with Riptide. Lane number 7, Eli Gobar, Tiger Sharks. And lane number 8, Chase Melby with Northfield. All right, let's see here. Touching first is lane number 4 with a time of 1:08.89. And that lane number 4, by the way, was Mackenzie Schroeder. Coming in second, lane number 3, Joey Kunze, with a time of 1:10.92. Coming in third was lane number 8 with a time of 1:12.40. And that's Chase Melby with Northfield. All right, up next is heat number 5. This is our final heat in this event. In lane number 1, William Radetsky with Riptide. This is an all Riptide heat, by the way. Lane number 2, Lucas Paul. Lane number 3, Jovan Langseth. Lane number 4, Patrick Curran. Lane number 5, Hunter Writing. Lane number 6, Mark Heidi. Lane number 7 is Aiden Smith. And in lane number 8 is Nolan Hansen. Touching first with a time of 53.50, lane number 4 was Patrick Curran. Coming in second, lane number 5 with a time of 57.84, Hunter Writing. Coming in third, lane number 6 with a time of 58.20 is Mark Heidi. All right, next up is event 24, girls 11 to 12 50-yard backstroke. This is heat 1 of 6. Our girls are set in the water. And there they go. In lane number lane number 3 is Devin Garley with Riptide. This is an all Riptide heat. Lane number 4, Maddie Droberg. Lane number 5 is Andrea Lee. And lane number 6, Delaney Mahachek. Finishing first, lane number 3, Devin Garley. Finishing second was lane number 6. That's Delaney Mahachek. All right, next up is heat number 2. It's the only... All right, swimmers are in the water. Lane number 1, Carolyn Gobar, Tiger Sharks. Lane number 2, Melody Ford, Northfield. Lane number 3, Claire Ackley with the Tiger Sharks. Lane number 4, Izzy Rutzer, Riptide. Lane number 5, June Holter with Riptide. Lane 6, Charlotte Fricky with the Tiger Sharks. Lane 7, Aubrey Hansen, Tiger Sharks. And lane number 8, Anna Johnsgaard with Riptide. These go by pretty quick here, folks. Here they come back right now. Going to be tight here. Who's got the bigger reach? It's going to be lane number 5 with a time of 43.19. And that's June Holter with Riptide. Coming in second was lane number 3 with a time of 43.48. Lane 3 was Claire Ackley with the Tiger Sharks. And coming in third was lane number 4 with a time of 45.55. That's Izzy Rutzer with Riptide. All right, up next, folks, is heat number 3. We're halfway through it. This is heat 3 of 6. In lane number 1, June Moore with Riptide. Lane 3, Laurel Benson with Northfield. Lane number 4, Julia Westholter with Riptide. Lane number 5, Layla Turner with Riptide. Lane 6, Ainsley Perucci with the Tiger Sharks. Lane 7, Ruby Otterblad with Northfield. And lane number 7, Kaylee Johnson with the Tiger Sharks. Leading the pack here is lane number 4. Lane number 4 is Julia Westholder with Riptide. She's a 12-year-old with a previous time of 41:21. She will finish here with a 38:74. Great finish. Right next to her, coming in second, and lane number 3 with a time of 42:68 rather, is Laurel Benson with Northfield. Coming in third, lane number 1, June Moore with Riptide with a time of 43:19. All right, up next is heat number 4. All right, into the water they go, or I should say they take off. Lane number 2 is Natalie Streifel with Riptide. Lane number 3 is Selena Soko with Riptide. Lane number 4, Danica Myers, Riptide. Lane number 5 is Audra Watts, Tiger Sharks. Lane number 6, Marcia Nadrega with Tiger Sharks. Lane number 7 is Olive Sisson with Riptide. And lane number 8, Annabelle Schultz with Riptide. This is really, really tight. I don't know who's going to finish first. I sure hope the clock tells us. It does. Lane number 6 with a 38:97. Lane 6 was Masha Nadrega with the Tiger Sharks. Second place went to lane number 7. That's Olive Sisson with Riptide with a time of 39:14. Coming in third with lane number 3 with a time of 39:32. Lane number 3 was Selena Soko with Riptide. All right, folks. We are now at heat number 5. This is heat 5 of 6. This is the girls 11 to 12 50-yard backstroke. This is event 24. Lane number 1, Susie Klumper with Riptide. This is an all Riptide heat. Lane number 2, Hazel Bolton. Lane number 3, Maya Barton. Lane number 4, Eliana Heinel. Lane number 5, Ava Gullickson. Lane number 6, Ellie Sedaros. Lane number 7, my own Megan Rucci. And lane number 8, Erin O'Connell. I would say right now it looks like lane number 4 is in the lead. Let's see if they can hang on to that. That's Eliana Heinel. Yep, she'll finish first with a time of 34:44. Right behind her in lane number 5, Ava Gullickson will finish second with a 36:10. And lane number 6 with a time of 36:94 is Ellie Sedaros. All right, up next, folks, is our final heat of this event. This is heat number 6 of event 24. This is girls 11 to 12 50-yard backstroke. And they're off. Lane number 1, Addie Fakin with Riptide. Again, this is an all Riptide event and heat. Lane number 2, Iris Polvoni. Lane number 3, Paige Turnbow. Lane number 4, Marion Culwaite. Lane number 5, Nora Behrens. Lane number 6, Savannah Kirchhoff. Lane number 7, Lauren Bakke. And in lane number 8, Claire McKinley. Leading the pack back here is lane number 4. That's Marion Culwaite with Riptide. She's a 12-year-old. Her previous time was 30:17. She finishes here with a 29:39, coming in second. Lane number 5, Nora Behrens, will finish with a 32:39, coming in third. And lane number 2, with a time of 33:36, is Iris Polvoni. All right, up next is event 25. This is boys 11 to 12 50-yard backstroke. And this will be 3 heats of swimming. This will be heat number 1. All right, and they are off. In lane number 3 is Eric Michaela with Riptide. Lane number 4 is Andrew Eddy with Black Dog. In lane number 5 is Elijah Bridley with Northfield. Got another shout out here. This one is from Linda Bauer. Go Cal. from Grandma in Texas. We're so glad you can join us today. All right, let's watch as they come back here. Looks to me, boy, again, this is such a close one here. Looks like a kind of a tie between lanes 3 and 5 at the moment. Lane 3 is Eric Michaela is an 11-year-old from Riptide. And Elijah Bridley from Northfield, lane number 5. Let's watch as they come back here. Who's going to have the longest reach? It's going to be lane 5. With a soft touch, lane 5 is Elijah Bridley. And we had a couple of soft touches there as well. All right, up next is heat number 2. This is heat 2 of 3. Once again, folks, we are live from the Blue Water Aquatic Center in lovely Apple Valley, Minnesota. We're so glad you can join us here today for the Riptide Halloween Invite meet. All right, the swimmers are off, and lane number 1 is Zach Anderson from Riptide. Lane number 2 is Max Mazzarello. Sorry about that, I keep butchering that, from Northfield. Lane number 3 is Joe Roberts from the Tiger Sharks. Lane number 4 is Nathan Munoz Marquez from the Tiger Sharks. And lane number 5 is Jackson Marlowe from Riptide. Lane number 7, Manny Heinen from the Stingrays. And lane number 8, Cal Schaffen with Riptide. All right, again, another close one. Lane number 7 is in the lead here. That's Manny Heinen from the Stingrays. And he will touch first with a 41.94. Second place will go to lane number 4, Nathan Munoz Marquez from the Tiger Sharks with a 42.78. And third place will go to lane number 5 with a time of 43.85. And that'll be Jackson Marlowe with Riptide. All right, next up is our final heat in this event. This will be heat number 3 of event 25, boys 11 to 12, 50-yard backstroke. Keep those shout-outs coming. Cheer for your favorite team, your favorite swimmer. Again, let us know where you're watching from. There goes the swimmers. Lane number 1, Noah Roth with the Tiger Sharks. The rest of the swimmers are with Riptide. Lane 2 is Kieran Sokoley. Lane number 3 is Ivan Kircher. Lane number 4 is Griffin Smith. Lane 5, Logan Wolf. Lane number 6, Jack Wheeler. Lane number 7, Aiden Solon. And lane number 8, Eddie McGarvey. In the lead here as they come back is lane number 5. Lane 5 is Logan Wolf. He's a 12-year-old from Riptide. His previous time is 37.01. He will touch here with a 34.83. Coming in second, lane number 4, Griffin Smith from Riptide with a time of 36.08. And coming in third, lane number 3, that's Ivan Kircher, also a 12-year-old from Riptide with a time of 38.28. All right, that'll do it for event 25. Next up, event 26. This is girls 10 and under. 50-yard backstroke. This will be 7 heats of swimming, so hang in there, stand by. Now let me check to see if we've got any combinations going on with this one. It does not appear so. All right, lane number 3 is Quinn Jelinek with Riptide. Lane number 4 is Annika Michaela with Riptide. And lane number 5 is Lola Hoppy with the Tiger Sharks. It's a first-time swim for all 3 of these swimmers. It does appear lanes 3 and 4 are neck and neck here. Lane 3 is Quinn Jelinek. She's a 7-year-old from Riptide. And lane 4 is Annika Michaela, an 8-year-old from Riptide. And they are swimming right next to each other. Maybe a little bit of a lead goes to Annika in lane number 4. And touching first, well, I don't know. I mean, I'm going to go with the scoreboard. Lane number 3 touches first. And lane number 3 was Quinn Jelinek with Riptide. Lane 4 was Annika Michaela, second. And touching third is going to be Lola Hoppy from Tiger Sharks. All right, next up will be heat number 2 of 7. All right, this is an all Riptide heat. Lane number 1. Lane number 1 is Olivia Liu. Lane number 2, Bryn Lavan. Lane number 4, Quinn Anderson. Lane number 5, Kara Klumper. Lane number 6, Lila Lokes. Lane number 7, Lily Berner. And lane number 8, Nelly Agaliu. I think lane number 2 is in the lead. Lane number 2 is Bryn Lavan, an 8-year-old. And she, I believe, touched first. Again, hard to tell here. We have several soft touches, and from my vantage point, I can't quite see all of it. All right, up next is heat number 3. Let's keep those shout-outs coming, folks. All right, this is heat number 3. There goes the swimmers. In lane number 1, Danielle Ellison from Riptide. Lane number 2 is Betsy Bergstedt from Riptide. Lane number 3 is Amelia Martin, Tiger Sharks. Lane number 4, Grace Rose, Tiger Sharks. Lane number 6, Elena Kurtzholtz with Riptide. Lane number 7, Cece Groshans with the Stingrays. And in lane number 8, Harper Lawrence with Riptide. Pretty close here between lanes 2 and 7. Lane 2 is Betsy Bergstedt, a 10-year-old from Riptide, no previous time. Lane number 7 is Cece Groshans from the Wilmer Stingrays. She's a 10-year-old and also has no previous time. Touching first, however, will be lane number 2 with a time of 49.14. That's Betsy Bergstedt with Riptide. Coming in second was lane number 7, Cece Groshans with Wilmer. Coming in third, lane number 1, Danielle Ellison with Riptide, another 10-year-old. And her time is a 53.31. All right, next up is heat number 4 of event 26. This is girls 10 and under, 50-yard backstroke. All right, off they go. Pretty even start here. Lane number 1 is Dot Rose with the Tiger Sharks. Lane number 2, Adriana Eppinger with the Riptide swim team. Lane number 3 is An Duong with Riptide. Lane 4, Macy Meyer with Riptide. Lane number 5, Tess Linsmeyer with Riptide. Lane number 6, Leah Quayle with the Wilmer Stingrays, rather. And lane number 7 is Macy Krensky with Northfield. And lane number 8, Evelyn Paschke with Black Dog Swimming. Let's watch here as they come back. Touching first is going to be lane number 3. That's An Duong, 9-year-old from Riptide, which her previous time was 58.73. She'll finish here with a 50.55. Great job. All right, up next is heat number 5. In lane number 1, Ingrid Oliver, or Olivier, with Riptide. Lane number 2, Madeline McMahon, Riptide. Lane number 3, Peyton Pastrollo, Riptide. Lane number 4, Layla Sheets, Riptide. Lane number 5, Olivia Ulm with the Tiger Sharks. Lane number 6, Olivia Stutz with Northfield. Lane number 7, Eleanor Ames Rowe with Northfield. And in lane number 8, Ava Lynch with the Tiger Sharks. Oh, it's pretty close here. Hard to tell. I thought lane 4 was in the lead, and it's really close. By the way, lane 4 is Layla Sheets with Riptide. Let's see who finishes first. Yep, lane number 4, that's Layla with a time of 44.57. Coming in second with a time of 44.65 is lane number 3. That's Peyton Pastrollo with Riptide. Coming in third was lane number 5. That's Olivia Alm with the Tiger Sharks. All right, up next is heat number 6. And the swimmers are off. In lane number 1, Lucy Carlson with Northfield. Lane number 2, Olivia Rooney with Riptide. Lane number 3, Ella McComber with the Tiger Sharks. Lane number 4, Jessica Yang, Riptide. Lane number 5, Tess Dolls with the Tiger Sharks. Lane 6, Eileen Chen, Riptide. Lane 7, Kayla Schroeder, Riptide. And in lane number 8, Aria Linsmeyer. Pretty close here between lanes 4 and 6, I think. Let's see here. Lane 6 might have a slight edge. It's going to be close. Nope. I think lane 4 is going to take it. And lane 4 does with a time of 40.14. Lane 4 is Jessica Yang from Riptide. Coming in second was lane number 5. That's Tess Dolls from the Tiger Sharks. Coming in third was lane number 3, Ella McComber from the Tiger Sharks. All right, up next is our final heat in this event. This is heat number 7. And again, this is event 26, girls 10 and under, 50-yard backstroke. All right, this is an all Riptide heat. In lane number 1, Fiona Prill. Lane number 2, Gwyneth Herman. Lane number 3, Morgan Sims. Lane number 4, Mila Agalu. Lane number 5, Freya Simring. Lane number 6, Addie Plone. Lane number 7, Nicole Chariot. And lane number 8, Elora Major. Somehow my voice is still going. I want to keep this coming for you. Lane number 4 is going to touch first. Lane number 4 is Mila Agalu. She's our 10-year-old from Riptide, a previous time of 36.23. She'll finish here with a 36.45. Good job, swimmers. Up next, event 27. This is boys 10 and under, 50-yard backstroke. This will be 3 heats of swimming, and heat number 1. We have 3 swimmers in the water. Lane number 3 is Gabe DeMarco with Riptide. Lane number 4 is Lennox Quashnick with Black Dog. And lane number 5 is Bill Kotis with Riptide. Gabe DeMarco in lane number 3 is a 9-year-old with Riptide. Lennox in lane number 4 is a 10-year-old. And Bill in lane number 5 for Riptide is a 9-year-old. Right now, Lennox in lane number 4 is leading by about 2 body lengths. That's Lennox you see coming into your screen right now. These are, again, a first-time swim for all these swimmers. Lennox will finish with a 47 even. Finishing second, lane number 5 with a time of 52.58 was Bill Kotis with Riptide. And there was a soft touch for Gabe DeMarco on lane number 3. All right, up next is heat number 2. This is heat 2 of 3. In lane number 1, Kieran Nelson with Riptide. Lane number 3, Weston Mira with the Tiger Sharks. Lane number 4, Murphy DeMarco with Riptide. Lane number 5, Declan Prestiguin with Tiger Sharks. Lane number 6, Carson Egbert with Riptide. And lane number 7, Nicholas Michaela with Riptide. Lane number 4 is leading the pack here. Murphy DeMarco, our 8-year-old from Riptide. A previous time here on this event, it appears to be 58 even. And he will touch with a 47-70. Nice job. Coming in second will be lane number 6 with a time of 54.72. That's Carson Egbert from Riptide. And coming in third is lane number 7 with a time of 58.63 is Nicholas Michaela from Riptide. All right, up next is our final heat. This is heat number 3 of 3. Another shout out here. Go Weston. And they're watching from Utah. Thanks for joining us. Please don't forget to hit the like button if you like what you're seeing. Swimmers are getting set here, and there they go. Lane number 1, Nate Dulls with the Tiger Sharks. Lane 2, Joe Howie with Riptide. Lane 3, Nicholas Reese with Riptide. Lane 4, Elliot Loesch with Riptide. Lane number 5 is Andrew Whited, Northfield. Lane number 6, Ben Kohler, Riptide. Lane 7, Nicholas Siegler, Riptide. And in lane number 8, Louis Roth with the Tiger Sharks. Elliot Loesch in lane number 4, our 10-year-old from Riptide, is leading. His previous time is a 42.96. Touched here with a 39.95. Coming in second was lane number 6. Ben Kohler from Riptide. Coming in third was lane number 3. That's Nicholas Reese with Riptide. All right, up next, folks, is Event 28. This is our mixed 8 and under 25-yard butterfly. Wait a minute. I'm seeing combined event here. Hold on. We have a combined event, folks, so we're not going to go to event 28. We are going to event 29 and 30. All right, so event 29 is girls 13 and over, 100-yard butterfly. Let's make sure we get all of our swimmers here. There we go. We're getting the girls set. So we have girls in lanes 1, 2, and 3. And there's supposed to be somebody in lane 4, but I don't see anyone there. And then we have boys in lanes 6 and 8.
Lane 1, Maddie from Tiger Sharks. And lane 2, Madison.
All right, in lane number 1 is Maddie Lynch with the Tiger Sharks. Lane 2, Madison McKinney, Riptide. And lane 3 is Avery Jelinek with Riptide. Over in lane 6, we have Thomas Pritchard with Black Dog. And in lane number 8, we've got Charming Shu with Riptide. All of the girls here are 13 years old. Leading the pack for the girls is lane number 3. That's Avery Jelinek for Riptide. Her previous time is 1:28.71. And leading for the boys is lane number 8. That's Charming. His previous time is none. This is his first time swim. And he's a 13-year-old. Sorry about the camera view there. I couldn't get it to change. We'll get that fixed. And there's your times on the screen. So finishing first for the girls with a time of 1:16.89. Was Avery Jelinek with Riptide. Coming in second for the girls with a time of 1:20.60 was Madison McKinney for Riptide. All right, now we're back to it here. This is event 29, girls 13 and over, 100-yard butterfly. This is heat 2 of 2, so this is our final heat of this event. Swimmers are in the water. This is an all Riptide heat. In lane number 1 is Lainey Bell. Lane number 2 is Chandler Offerman. Lane number 3 is Ruby Call. Lane number 4 is Molly Johnson. Lane number 5 is Gwen Moore. Lane 6 is Alyssa Bauer. Lane 7, Elena Pontrelli. And lane number 8, Jessica Baki. Oh, it's pretty tight here between lanes 4 and 5. Lane number 4 is Molly Johnson. Lane number 5 is Gwen Moore. Let's make sure I got that camera working. There it is. That camera is working. Boy, this is still a pretty tight swim down there. Lane 4 is still leading. That's Gwen Moore. Here we go, coming back for the finish here in lane number 4. It's Molly Johnson. She's 17, and she's got a previous time of 1:00.41. She finished here with a 1:03.47. Coming in second was lane number 5. That's Gwen Moore. So lane 4 was Molly Johnson. Sorry about that. Gwen Moore came in second. Coming in third was lane number 3. That's Ruby Call. We'll get it right here. All right, let's get our next event up. Next event is event 30. This is boys 13 and over, 100-yard butterfly. All right, this is heat number 2. Lane number 2 is Gavin Yang with Riptide. Lane number 3 is Noah Vu with Riptide. Lane number 4 is Owen Reese with Black Dog. Lane number 5 is Chase Melby with Northfield. Lane number 6 is Nikita Grinberg, Riptide. And lane number 7 is Cameron Seelig with the Sharks, the Tiger Sharks. Let's watch as they come back here. Who's leading? Oh, boy, this is close. I'm going to give it to lane 4. But it's really close. Hard to tell. Lane number 4 is Owen Reese, by the way, with Black Dog. Owen's a 13-year-old. His previous time is a 1:08.48. Right next to him, though, in a close second, is lane number 5. That's Chase Melby. He's a 15-year-old from Northfield. Previous time of 1:10.75. And neck with them is going to be lane number 3. That's Noah Vu from Riptide. He's a 15-year-old with a previous time of 1:11.10. Let's watch as they come back. I think Noah is pulling ahead and will finish first. Yes. In lane number 2 it is. Gavin Yang came ahead and pulled ahead. And will finish first. Gavin is a 15-year-old from Riptide, a previous time of 1:12.83. Finishes here with a 1:10.65. Second place goes to Owen Reese from Black Dog in lane number 4. Next up is heat number 3 of 3. There they go. All the swimmers are in the water. Lane number 1, Quinlan Schroeder with Riptide. Lane number 2, Aiden Smith, Riptide. Lane number 3, Grant Seelig, Riptide. Lane number 4 is Hunter Writing with Riptide. Lane number 5 is Matthew Larson, Northfield. Lane number 6 is Lucas Paul with Riptide. Lane 7 is Ben Lee with Riptide. And lane number 8 is Rourke Bennett with Northfield. In the lead here, it looks like lane number 5. Am I right? Looks like it. Lane number 5 is leading the race currently. Lane number 5 is Matthew Larson from Northfield. But man, is it close with Hunter Writing with Riptide in lane number 4. Hunter is a 16-year-old from Riptide. His previous time is 55.77. Hunter has taken the lead at this point. Hunter will finish first in lane number 4 with a 55.97. Coming in second, lane number 5 with a time of 58.32. That's Matthew Larson with Northfield. Coming in third was lane number 1. That's Quinlan Schroeder with Riptide, a 17-year-old. He's got a time of 59.60. Great improvement. Nice swim. All right. Next up, event 31. This will be girls 11 to 12, 50-yard butterfly. This will be 5 heats of swimming. This is heat number 1. Lane number 1 is Aubrey Hansen with the Tiger Sharks. Lane number 2, Melody Ford with Northfield. Lane number 3, Maddie Droberg with Riptide. Lane number 4, Ellie Sidaros, Riptide. Lane number 5, Izzy Rudser with Riptide. Lane number 6, Miak Sony with Black Dog. And lane number 7, Rima Menon with Riptide. Lane number 4, Ellie Sidaros, is in first place. She needs to keep going, though, right? Nope, she finished. 39.70. Got a soft touch over in lane 7 for second place. Third place will go to lane 5. Lane 7. Lane 7 was Rima Menon, by the way. So Ellie Sidaros, lane number 4, finishes first. Rima Menon finishes second. Lane 7 was second place. Don't believe the scoreboard there. And then lane 5 was third place. That's Izzy Rudser. We'll get it straight here. These soft touches kind of screw up the scoreboard. All right, swimmers are in the water. Lane number 1, JoJo Blondes from Riptide. Lane number 3, Lily Crawford, Riptide. Lane 3, Audra Watts with the Tiger Sharks. Lane number 4 is Ruby Otterblad, Northfield. Lane number 5, Jimmy Garcia, Northfield. Lane number 6, Kaylee Johnson, Tiger Sharks. Lane number 7, Sophia Renato, Riptide. And lane number 8, Julia Westholder with Riptide. Another shout out here. Great swim, Hunter. Touching first in lane number 1 with a time of 41.18 was JoJo Blondes from Riptide. Coming in second. Lane number 3 was Audra Watts with the Tiger Sharks. Coming in third was lane number 2, Lily Crawford with Riptide. All right, up next is heat number 3 of 5. All right, in lane number 1 is Lily Close with the Tiger Sharks. Lane number 2 is Megan Rucci with Riptide. Lane number 3, Olive Sisson, Riptide. Lane number 4, Emma Close, Tiger Sharks. Lane number 5, Masha Nadrega with Tiger Sharks. Lane number 6, Hazel Bolton with Riptide. Lane number 7, Selena Soko, Riptide. And lane number 8, Ainsley Perucci with the Tiger Sharks. Well, this is going to be close. Whoa, finishing first, lane number 5 with a time of 37.62. That's Masha Nadrega with the Tiger Sharks. Coming in second, lane number 3. That's Olive Sisson with Riptide. Coming in third, lane 4, Emma Close with the Tiger Sharks. All right, up next is heat number 4 of 5 for event 31, girls 11 to 12, 50-yard butterfly.
Lane 2, Laurel from Northfield. Lane 4, Anita from Northfield.
Lane number 2.
Lane 5, Lauren from Riptide. Lane 6, Aaron from
Well, let me take a look here. Lane 2, Laurel Benson, Northfield. Lane 3, Claire McKinley, Riptide. Lane 4, Anita Matsura, Northfield. Lane 5, Lauren Baki, Riptide. Lane 6, Erin O'Connell, Riptide. Lane 7, Ruby Dolan, Riptide. And lane 8, Natalie Streifel with Riptide. Coming in first was lane number 6. That's Erin O'Connell with Riptide. Coming in second, lane number 4, Anita Matsura with Northfield. Coming in third, lane number 3, Claire McKinley with Riptide. All right, next up is heat number 5. This is our final heat in this event. This is an all Riptide heat. Lane number 1, Helen Higginbotham. Lane number 2, Catherine Deeb. Lane number 3, Alice Gaffke. Lane number 4, Marion Colwaite. Lane number 5, Anna Lee. Lane number 6, Iris Polvoni. Lane number 7, Kaylin DeBoy. And lane number 8, Audrey Heggie. Finishing first, lane number 4 with a time of 27:60. That's Marion Colwaite. Coming in second, lane number 5. That's Anna Lee with a time of 29:86. Coming in third, lane number 3, Alice Gaffke with a time of 30:27.
Then 32 boys, 11-12, 50-yard butterfly, heat 1 of 2.
Next up, event 32, boys, 11 to 12, 50-yard butterfly.
Lane 1, George from Riptide. Lane 2, Bethany.
Lane number 1, George Quinn with Riptide. Lane number 2, Benjamin Larson with the Tiger Sharks. Lane number 3 is Nathan Munoz Marquez with the Tiger Sharks. Lane number 4, Martin Pritchard with Black Dog. Lane number 5, Connor Brown, Riptide. Lane number 6, Noah Roth, Tiger Sharks. And lane number 7, Quan Duong with Riptide. Does look to me like in the lead is lane number 4 as they come back here. Lane number 4 is Martin Pritchard with the Black Dog swimming team. He has a previous time of 45:61. Finishes here with a 38:65. Coming in second was lane number 3. That's Nathan Munoz Marquez from the Tiger Sharks. Coming in third was lane number 5, Connor Brown from Riptide with a time of 44:63. All right, up next will be heat number 2.
Heat 2 of 2.
This is our final heat of event 32. This is boys 11 to 12, 50-yard butterfly.
Lane 1,
In lane number 1, James Whited with Northfield. Lane number 2 is Brian Yang, Riptide. Lane number 3 is Jace Hansen with Riptide. Lane number 4 is Micah DeBelts with Riptide. Lane 5 is Logan Wolf with Riptide. Lane 6, Philip Simmering with Riptide. Lane 7, Owen Jenin, Riptide. And in lane number 8, Manny Heinen with the Stingrays. Finishing first, lane number 4 with a time of 28:75. That's Micah DeBelts, a 12-year-old from Riptide. His previous time was 27:27. Coming in second, lane number 5, Logan Wolf with Riptide. And lane number 3 will come in third. That is Jace Hansen from Riptide.
Then 33 girls, 10 and under, 50-yard butterfly.
All right, up next is event 33, girls 10 and under, 50-yard butterfly. This will be 2 heats of swimming. This is heat number 1 of 2. In lane number 2 is Leah Quayle with the Stingrays. Lane number 3 is Olivia Rooney, Riptide. Lane number 4, Kayla Schroeder, Riptide. Lane number 5, Olivia Stutz, Northfield. Lane number 6 is Addie Vitas with Riptide. And lane number 7, Abby Ackerman with Northfield.
Lane 2, Leah from Wilmer. Lane 3, Olivia from Riptide. Lane 4, Kayla from Riptide. Lane 5, Olivia from Northfield. Lane 6, Abby from Riptide. Lane 7, Kate.
All right, lane number 4 with a time of 41:87 is Kayla Schroeder from Riptide. She's 10 years old. Her previous time was 49:11. Nice improvement. Coming in second, lane number 5 That's Olivia Stutz from Northfield. She's an 8-year-old. Previous time of 52.24. She finished here with a 49.16. Coming in third in lane number 3 with a time of 53.82 was Olivia Rooney. And she's a 10-year-old from Riptide. And her previous time was 53.41, so right in that same range. Nice swim. Next up will be heat number 2. This is our final heat in event 33. In lane number 1, Emily Graw with Riptide. By the way, this is an all Riptide heat. Lane number 2 is Freya Simmering. Lane 3, Nicole Shiravat. Lane number 4, Dalen Schmidt. Lane 5, Morgan Sims. Lane 6, Elizabeth Meyer. Lane 7, Fiona Prill. And in lane number 8, Olivia Dubois. All right, touching first in lane number 4 is Dalen Schmidt. She's a 10-year-old from Riptide, a previous time of 35.19. Coming in second, lane number 3, that's Nicole Chevrot. And coming in third is lane number 5, that's Morgan Sims. All right, folks. Next up is event 34. This is boys 10 and under 50-yard butterfly. This is one heat of swimming. While we take this pause here, folks, go ahead and leave a shout out for your favorite swimmer. Let us know where you're watching from. And I'll get it out there for them to see, and they'll see it either in the lobby or they'll watch it back when they watch these back. All right, in the water they go. Lane number 1 is Nate Dahls with the Tiger Sharks. Lane number 2 is Louis Roth with the Tiger Sharks. Lane number 3 is Elliot Loesch with Riptide. Lane number 4, Darren Schmidt, Riptide. Lane 5, Nicholas Reese with Riptide. Lane 6, Torrin Engel, Northfield. And lane 7, William Zhang with Riptide. Boy, pretty tight swimming here. See if we can pick out a leader here. Maybe lane number 4, eh? Lane number 4 is Darren Schmidt with Riptide. He's got a previous time of 43.28. Let's see what he finishes with here. 39.30, nice improvement. Lane number 5 comes in second. That's Nicholas Reese here. He's an 8-year-old from Riptide. He'll finish with a 40.15. Coming in third, lane number 7, William Zhang from Riptide with a 41.18. Beautiful. All right. That will do it for event 34. As soon as our finishers come back here in touch. There they go. One more coming in right now as we speak. Next up is event 35. This is mixed 8 and under 50-yard freestyle. Now this will be 2 heats of swimming. This is heat number 1. All right, lane number 2 is Lola Hoppy with the Tiger Sharks. Lane number 3 is Bryn Lavan with Riptide. Lane number 4 is Grace Rose with the Tiger Sharks. Lane number 5 is Nelly Agaliu with Riptide. And lane number 6 is Annika Michaela with Riptide. Let's see here. I would say lane number 3. Really close, though, with lane number 5. 3 and 5 are neck and neck here. Lane number 3 is Bryn Levon with Riptide. Lane number 5 is Nelly Agaliu with Riptide. But lane 5 is pulling out ahead right now. Lane 5 will finish with a time of 45.83. Yes, Nelly. Coming in second was lane number 3. That's Bryn Levon. And third must be lane number 6 here, Annika Michaela with Riptide. I think my voice is starting to go, but I'll keep it going here. Next up is heat number 2. This will be our final heat of event 35, mixed 8 and under, 50-yard freestyle. As I mentioned before, there's 41 events today at the Riptide Halloween Invite. And again, this is Tom Rucci. I'm your live stream host. I'll be here for the rest of the day, and we're here live from the Blue Water Aquatic Center in Apple Valley, Minnesota. All right, lane number 1 is Dot Rose with the Tiger Sharks. Lane number 2 is Murphy DeMarco with Riptide. Lane number 3 is Quinn Jelinek, Riptide. Lane 4, Olivia Stutz with Northfield. Lane number 5 is Olivia Liu with Riptide. Lane number 6 is Eleanor Amis Rowe with Northfield. Lane number 7 is Tess Linsmeyer with Riptide. And lane number 8 is Bo Ackerman with Northfield. Again, pretty tight here, but I think lane number 4 has got the lead. Lane 4 is Olivia Stutz with Northfield. She will touch first with a time of 42.35. Lane number 2 will touch second. That's Murphy DeMarco with Riptide. Coming in third is lane number 3. That's Quinn Jelinek, also with Riptide. All right, next up is event 36.
In lane 1 is Aiden, lane 2 is Nikita. They will be put into 100-yard butterfly. In lanes 3 through 5 into event 36, throw 13 and over 100-yard freestyle.
Here they are combining events here. I do not have that on here. I'm sorry, I'm not going to have all the names for you. I'll try to listen here and grab a name or two. Again, this is event 36, girls 13 and over, 100-yard freestyle, but this heat is combined with a boys' heat as well.
In lane 1 is Aiden, and lane 2 is Nikita.
Lane 1 is Aiden, lane 2 is Nikita. Lane 3 is Joella Hahn from Riptide. Lane 4 is Melina Finch with Riptide. And lane 5 is Hannah Gordy with the Tiger Sharks. Aiden and Nikita, these are all Riptide swimmers. In fact, everyone in this one is Riptide except for lane number 5, which is Hannah Gordy with the Tiger Sharks. From the boys finishing here, it looks like Aiden will finish first in lane number 1. Again, there was a soft touch there. Nikita is second place in lane number 2. For the girls, it looks like it's going to be lane number 4. That's Melina Finch with Riptide. And then finishing right after her was lane number 3, which is Joella Hahn, also with Riptide. All right, up next is Heat 2. All right, swimmers are in the water. Lane number 2, McKenna Moynihan with Riptide. Lane number 3 is Emma Paul with Riptide. Lane number 4, Elizabeth Matsura, Northfield. Lane number 5, Emmy Plone with Riptide. Lane number 6, Maddie Lynch with the Tiger Sharks. And lane number 7, Megan Sigler with Riptide. Boy, it's close, but leading looks to be lane number 5. That's Emmy Plone with Riptide. Folks, don't forget those shout-outs. Keep them coming. I'll get them on the air for you. And if you would, please, hit the like button. It does a lot for us to be able to let the coaches and the management here know that you want to keep seeing these live streams. Emmy Plone is lengthening her lead, by the way. She will finish first at this pace. By the way, Emmy Plone is a 13-year-old from Riptide with a previous time of 108.59. She'll touch here with a 106.33. Coming in second, lane number 3. That's Emma Paul with Riptide. She's a 13-year-old with a previous time of 109.68. She finished here with a 110.43. Coming in third was lane number 4 with a time of 112.09. And that was Elizabeth Matsura from Northfield. All right, up next is Heat 3 of 3. This is our last heat of event 36, 13 and over, 100-yard freestyle. All right, lane number 1 is Emily Samsel. This is an all Riptide heat, by the way. Lane number 2 is Josephina Doe. Lane 3 is Alona Delaney. Lane number 4 is Gwen Moore. Lane number 5 is Molly Johnson. Lane number 5, Samantha Graves. Lane number 6, Madison McKinney. And lane number 8, Vivian Kohler. Boy, look at that. Lanes 4 and 5 are right next to each other. Again, lane 4 is Gwen Moore. Lane 5 is Molly Johnson. Finishing first, however, is going to be lane number 5. That's Molly Johnson, the 17-year-old from Riptide with a previous time of 54.20. She'll finish here with a 56.38. Coming in second, lane number 4 was Gwen Moore with a time of 57.29. And coming in third was lane number 6. That's Samantha Graves with a time of 102.46. Next up is event 37. This is boys 13 and over, 100-yard freestyle. Swimmers are in the water. Lane number 1 is Ian Chung with Riptide. Lane number 2 is Logan Deneen with Black Dog. Lane number 3 is Carter Callis with Riptide. Lane number 4 is Danielle Chura with Black Dog. Lane 5, Thomas Pritchard with Black Dog. Lane 6, Alex Siegler with Riptide. Lane 7, Joshua McCall, Riptide. And lane number 8 is Ethan Misikonis with Riptide. Leading is lane number 1, followed by lane number 2. Lane number 1 is Ian Chung with Riptide. Lane number 2 is Logan Deneen with Black Dog. No previous times for either swimmer. Ian is a 15-year-old and Logan is a 17-year-old. All right, Ian will finish first in lane number 1 with a time of 101.62. Coming in second, Logan Deneen in lane number 2 for Black Dog. That's a 102.83. Third place is coming in to screen right about now. There you go. Looks like it's going to be lane number 6. Yep, lane number 6 with a time of 1:22:39. That's Alex Siegler with Riptide. All right, up next will be heat number 2 of 4. In lane number 1, Eric Walter with Northfield. Lane number 2, Mason Yost with Riptide. Lane 3, Eben Binkley with Riptide. Lane number 4, Nolan Luther with Riptide. Lane number 5, Gavin Yang, Riptide. Lane number 6, Oliver Deneen, Black Dog. Lane 7, Cameron Peterson, Riptide. And lane number 8, Pranav Antavilu with Riptide. That was a close one there, folks. Really close. Coming in first, lane number 6, Oliver Deneen with Black Dog. Coming in second, lane number 5, Gavin Yang with Riptide. Coming in third, lane number 4, Nolan Luther with Riptide. All right, up next is heat 3 of 4. Oh, going to reset the swimmers here. Once again, this is event 37, boys 13 and over, 100-yard freestyle. We were missing a swimmer. Now we got an extra one on the blocks. All right, lane number 1, Noah Vu with Riptide. Lane number 2, Charmy Zhu with Riptide. Lane number 3, Liam Grange, Riptide. Lane number 4, Colin Hawkins, Tiger Sharks. Lane 6, Watt Ziegler with Tiger Sharks. Lane 7, McGavin Nye with Riptide. And lane number 8, Pearson Crick with Riptide. Touching first with a time of 58.87 in lane number 3 was Liam Grange with Riptide. Coming in second in lane number 4 with a time of 101.77 was Colin Hawkins with the Tiger Sharks. And coming in third, I believe, was lane number 7. And that was McGavin Nye with Riptide. Right up next is our final heat of this event. This is heat number 4. All right, the boys are in the water. Got another shout out here. Go Delaney for Riptide. And lane number 1 is Nikita Grinberg for Riptide. Lane number 2 is Aiden Fitch, Riptide. Lane number 3, Aiden Smith, Riptide. Lane 4, Grant Seelig, Riptide. Lane 5 is Rourke Bennett with Northfield. Lane 6, Ben Lee with Riptide. Lane 7, Chase Melby, Northfield. And lane number 8 is Owen Reese with Black Dog Swimming. In the lead, however, is going to be lane number 4. That's Grant Seelig with Riptide. Grant's 17 years old, and he's got a previous time of 51:58. Grant will finish with a time of 55:05. Coming in second, lane number 6 is Ben Lee with Riptide. Coming in third is lane number 3. That's Aiden Smith with Riptide. All right, that'll do it for event 37. Up next is event 38. Event 38 is girls 11 to 12, 100-yard freestyle. Now, we're also going to have this combined with event 39. Event 39 will be the boys. So this will be boys and girls, 11 to 12, 100-yard freestyle. All right, and lane number 1 is Anna Johnsgard, Riptide. Lane 2 is Andrea Lee with Riptide. Lane 3 is Delaney Mahacek with Riptide. Lane 4 is Mac with Sony with Black Dog. And lane number 6 is Zach Anderson with Riptide. Lane number 7 is Cal Chafin with Riptide. And lane number 8 is Eric Michaela with Riptide. By the way, there's 5 heats of swimming in this event. And again, you're watching the Riptide Halloween Invite from the Blue Water Aquatic Center in Apple Valley, Minnesota. This is the home of the Riptide swim team. And we're happy to host the Black Dog swim team, Northfield Swim Club, the Tiger Sharks, and the Wilmer Aquatic Racing Stingrays. Touching first in lane number 6 with a time of 1:23.91 was Zach Anderson from Riptide. Touching second, which would be, well, I think second. There was a soft touch there. Hard to tell with these. Lane number 3, by the way, which was Delaney with Riptide as well from the girls' side. All right. After this, we have heat number 2, and we're back to the girls' 11-12 100-yard freestyle.
Event 38, girls 11-12 100-yard freestyle, heat 2 of 5.
In the water they go.
Lane 1 is Maddie from Riptide. Lane 2 is
Lane number 1 is Maddie Droberg from Riptide. Lane number 3 is Jimmy Garcia, Northfield. Lane number 3 is Claire Ackley with the Tiger Sharks. Lane number 5 is Kaylee Johnson, Tiger Sharks. Lane 6, Evelyn Andreessen, Riptide. Lane number 7, Charlotte Fricky with the Tiger Sharks. And lane number 8 is Devin Garley with the Riptide swim team. Looks like the lead is currently held by lane number 4. Lane number 4 is Claire Ackley with the Tiger Sharks. We'll have to see if she can continue to lead as she heads down to the other end of the pool. We're getting down there, folks. We are in event 38. Remember, there are 41 events today. However, there are 5 heats of swimming in this event, and this is heat number 2. Finishing first in lane number 1 with a time of 1:25.46 was Devin Garley with Riptide. Coming in second, lane number 4, Claire Ackley with the Tiger Sharks. Coming in third was lane number 5, Kaylee Johnson with the Tiger Sharks. Up next will be heat number 3 of 5. So if you're going to leave a shout out, you've only got a few more swims to do it, so go ahead and leave a shout out to your favorite swimmer. Let us know where you're watching from. And if you could do us a favor and hit the like button, we would certainly appreciate that. All right, in lane number 1, Kinsley Munson with Riptide. Lane 2, June Holter with Riptide. Lane number 3 is Ruby Dolan with Riptide. Lane number 4 is Lila Almy with Tiger Sharks. Lane number 5, Masha Nadriga with Tiger Sharks. Lane number 6, Lily Crawford with Riptide. Lane 7, Freya Davis with Northfield. And in lane number 8, Amelia Powers with Black Dog. In the lead, it looks to me like it's lane number 3. Pretty close, though. Lane number 3 is Ruby Dalen with Riptide. Ruby's an 11-year-old. Her previous time in this event is a 1:19.07. Let's watch as they come on back here for the finish. Lane number 3 will finish first with a time of 1:12.17. Again, that was Ruby from Riptide. Coming in second, lane number 4 is Lila from Tiger Sharks. And coming in third was lane number 6, and that's Lily Crawford from Riptide. All right, next up, heat number 4. Starting to lose it, I think. All right, lane number 1 is Susie Klumper with Riptide. Lane number 2, Chelsea Graw with Riptide. Lane number 3, Eliana Heinel with Riptide. Lane number 4, Ava Gullickson Riptide. Lane number 5 is Sophia Geronimus Riptide. Lane number 6 is Emma Close with the Tiger Sharks. And in lane number 8, Ruby Otterblad with Northfield. Looks like lane number 4 is in the lead as they come back here for the finish. Lane 4 is Ava Gullickson with Riptide. Ava's previous time is a 1:08.86. She touched with a 1:05.44. Nice improvement. Lane number 5 came in second. That's Sophia Geronimos with Riptide. Coming in third was lane number 3. That's Eliana Heinel with Riptide. Nice swims. All right, up next is heat number 5. This is our final heat of event 38. And again, this is girls 11 to 12, 100-yard freestyle. All right, this is an all Riptide heat. And lane number 1 is Maya Barton. Lane number 2 is Paige Turnbow. Lane number 3, Nora Behrens. Lane number 4 is Anna Lee. Lane number 5, Savannah Kirchhoff. Lane 7, Catherine Deeb, and lane number 8 is Addie Fakken. Got another shout out here watching Addie from Alabama. Go Addie from Grandma Jill and Uncle Matt. So glad you could join us. So glad you were able to leave a shout out for the swimmers. Let's see how Addie does. Finishing first, lane number 4 with a time of 1:01:45. That's Anna Lee from Riptide. Coming in second was lane number 3, Nora Behrens. Coming in third was lane number 5, Savannah Kirchhoff. All right, up next is event 39. This is boys 11 to 12, 100-yard freestyle. This is heat 1 of 3. Keep those shout-outs coming. This is your last few chances here, folks, and keep hitting the like button if you will. That helps us certainly to let folks know they want to continue to see this kind of live streaming, and then hopefully we can get some better equipment and you'll see it even better. All right, this is heat number 2. Andrew Eddy from Black Dog is in lane number 2. Benjamin Larson, lane number 3 for Tiger Sharks. Lane 4, Jack Wheeler with Riptide. Lane number 5, Max Riello from Northfield. And lane 6 is Ethan Thompson from Riptide. Got a shout out here. Congratulations, Zach Anderson. Nana and Papa from Cadott, Wisconsin are watching. Let's watch this here and see the turns. Definitely lane number 4 is way out in the lead here. Lane 4 is Jack Wheeler with Riptide. Jack's a 12-year-old. He has a previous time in this one with a 1:28.73. So he's looking to better that time. Here comes Jack right now in lane number 4 for his finish. Remember, he has a previous time of 1:28.73. He comes in with a 1:14.06. Let's see who's going to come in second. It's going to be tight between lanes 3 and 5. Here they come. Who's going to touch first? Looks like lane 3. Lane 3 will touch first with a 1:29.88. That's Benjamin Larson with the Tiger Sharks. Lane number 5 will come in third. That's Max with Northfield. Next up will be our final heat in this event. That'll be heat number 3.
3 of 3.
Lane number 1 is Eddie McGarvey with Riptide. Lane 2, Ivan Kircher, Riptide. Lane 3 is Griffin Smith, Riptide. Lane 4, Tucker Case with Riptide. Lane 5 is Jace Hansen with Riptide. Lane 6, Will Kohler with Riptide. Lane 7, Kieran Sokoley with Riptide. And lane number 8 is Joe Roberts with the Tiger Sharks. Let's look here. Lane number 5, that is speedy Jace Hansen from Riptide. He's an 11-year-old with a previous time of 1:06.47. He is a fast swimmer, folks. I've seen him swim many times. Second place is pretty close between lanes 3 and 4. Lane 3 is Griffin Smith with Riptide, and lane 4 is Tucker Case with Riptide. Those two guys are 12 years old apiece. Let's watch here as Jace comes back in lane number 5. Again, Jace's previous time is 1:06.47. He touched with a 1:04.53. Nice improvement. Lane number 2 will come in, lane number 4 will come in second with a time of 1:08.27. That's Tucker Case. Coming in third was lane number 3 with a time of 1:09.83. And that's Griffin Smith. All with Riptide. All right, next up is event 40. This is girls 10 and under, 100-yard freestyle. Now there's going to be 5 heats of swimming. This is heat number 1 of 5. This is our second to last event. There's 41 events. So this is it, folks. We're gaining on it. All right, lane number 1 has Kara Klumper with Riptide. Lane number 2 is Jillian Streifel with Riptide. I don't think we have anybody in lane 3. Lane number 4, Elena Kurtzaltz with Riptide. Lane number 5, Macy Krensky with Northfield. Lane number 6 is Lila Lokes with Riptide. And lane number 8 is Peyton Pastrollo with Riptide. Boy, this is really, really close here between most of the lanes here for second place. Lane number 8, though, appears to be way out ahead. That's Peyton for Riptide. Again, this is girls 10 and under, 100-yard freestyle. Peyton will finish in lane number 8 with a time of 1:23:35. That's a first-time swim, by the way, for all of these swimmers. Let's take a look at the rest of them here, see what second place looks like, and maybe third. I'm going to go out on a limb here and say lane number 5 will hit second place. Lane 5, by the way, is Macy Krinsky with Northfield. And she did, lane number 6 took second. Huh. Did I count wrong? Maybe. Lane 6 was Lila Lokes with Riptide. Coming in third was lane number 2. That's Jillian Streifel with Riptide.
2 of 5.
All right, now up next is heat number 2 of 5. All right, lane number 1 is Betsy Bergstedt with Riptide. Lane number 2 is Harper Lawrence with Riptide. Lane number 4, Adriana Eppinger with Riptide. Lane number 5, Amelia Marin with Tiger Sharks. Lane number 6 is Cece Groshans with the Stingrays. Lane 7, Danielle Ellison, Riptide. And in lane number 8, Evelyn Paschke with Black Dog. Well, it looks to me like the lead is probably lane number 7. Lane 7 is Danielle Ellison from Riptide. It is close between lanes 1 and 7, but lane 7 I think has got, well, it's hard to tell. Lane 1's going to touch first. Lane number 1 does touch first with a time of 1:41:24. Lane number 1 was Betsy Bergstedt with Riptide. Lane number 7 had a soft touch. That was Danielle Ellison with Riptide. Coming in third was lane number 6. That's Cece Groshans with the Stingrays. All right, as soon as we get the rest of our folks in here, we'll head on to our next heat, which will be heat number 3. All right, again, this is heat number 3 of 5 for event 40, girls 10 and under, 100-yard freestyle. Lane number 1, Maddie Rutzer with Riptide. By the way, this is an all Riptide heat. Lane number 2, Ingrid Oliver. Lane number 3, Molly Engen. Lane number 4, Avery Persigo. Lane number 5, Elodie Weatherman. Lane number 6, Ann Duong. Lane number 7, Macy Meyer. And lane number 8, Madeline McMahon. Got another shout out here from Pete Dolan, one of our many times here as one of our officials. Amazing job, and thank you, sir. I appreciate it. And I'll give that shout out to Megan for dropping time on her races. Thanks, Pete. Boy, this is close between lanes 3 and 4. Lane 3 is Molly Engen with Riptide. Lane 4 is Avery Persigo with Riptide. Molly's a 9-year-old with a previous time of 1:45.50. Avery is a 10-year-old with a previous time of 1:40.24. Hey, how about switching to camera view? You got it. Things are tightening up with lane number 2 as well, by the way. Lane number 2 is Ingrid with Riptide. She's a 9-year-old with a previous time of 1:50.37. All right, let's watch as they come in. Lane number 4 will touch first with a soft touch. Lane number 4 was Avery Persigo with Riptide. Oh my gosh, we got all kinds of soft touches here. I don't know if that's the swimmer soft touching or if there's something wrong with the Colorado system or what. That is a lot of soft touches. Mr. Dolan, I wish that you were here with me today. Of course, I miss you here ringside to do live streams with me silently. All right, next up is heat number 4. This is heat 4 of 5, by the way. All right. In lane number 1, Elizabeth Meyer with Riptide. Lane number 2, Olivia Stutz with Northfield. Lane number 3, Olivia Ulm with Tiger Sharks. Lane number 4 is Tess Dolls with the Tiger Sharks. Lane number 5 is Lucy Carlson, Northfield. Lane number 6 is Santa Roy with Riptide. Lane 7, Ava Lynch with the Tiger Sharks. And lane number 8 is Peyton Holst with the Tiger Sharks. Lane number 1 is currently in first. You can hardly see it here. Apologize for that. Lane number 1 is Elizabeth Meyer with Riptide, by the way. Now you can see her. She is leading. By the way, she's a 9-year-old. And her previous time in this event is a 1:38.31. Second place is kind of a tie between lanes 3 and 5. Lane number 3 is Olivia Ulm for the Tiger Sharks. And 5 is Lucy Carlson with Northfield. All right, here we go. Elizabeth Meyer, lane number 1, is coming back here, and she will touch in lane 1 with a 1:22.69. Coming in second is going to be lane number 5 with a 1:29.40. That's Lucy Carlson with Northfield. Coming in third was lane number 3 with a time of 1:31.65. That's Olivia Ulm with the Tiger Sharks. That means we've got one heat of swimming left in event 40. Heat number 5. All right, in lane number 1, Aria Linsmeyer with Riptide. Lane number 2, Olivia DuBois, Riptide. Lane number 3, Jessica Yang, Riptide. Lane number 4, Dalen Schmidt, Riptide. Lane number 5, Gwyneth Herman, Riptide. Lane number 6, Alora Major, Riptide. Lane 7, Ella McComber. Tiger Sharks. And in lane number 8, Emily Graw with Riptide. Dalen Schmidt for Riptide in lane number 4 is in the lead. She's 10 years old with a previous time of 1:14.50. Closely followed by lane number 3, that's Jessica Yang from Riptide, also a 10-year-old. Her previous time is 1:22.32. All right, folks, if you're going to send another shout out, this is your chance. We've got one event of swimming left after this. That event will have 2 heats of swimming. That'll be the boys' 100-yard freestyle. And that's your last chance to send a shout out. Also, your last chance to hit the like button. We sure would appreciate it. By the way, lane number 4 will take first place with a time of 1:13.76. That's Dalen Schmidt with Riptide. Coming in second, right next to her, Jessica Yang with Riptide with a time of 1:17.36. Coming in third was lane number 6, Alora Major, also with Riptide, with a time of 1:23.13. All right, folks, let's get the last one up here. Here it is. This is event 41. This is boys 10 and under, 100-yard freestyle. This is heat 1 of 2. In lane number 2, Nicholas Michaela with Riptide. Lane number 2, Lennox Kwashnik with Black Dog. Lane number 4 is Declan Prestiguin with Tiger Sharks. Lane number 5 is Carson Egbert with Riptide. Lane number 6 is Kieran Nelson with Riptide. And lane number 7 is Gabe DeMarco with Riptide. Now this is a first-time swim for everybody here except for Declan Prestiguin with the Tiger Sharks in lane number 4. Declan has a previous time of 3:08.97, and he is 10 years old, by the way. In the lead, however, is lane number 3. Lane number 3 is Lennox Kwashnik with Black Dog. Again, this is heat 1 of 2. Heat 2 is coming up. That will be our last heat and our last event. And that means that we'll be there at the end of this great meet here. This is the Riptide Halloween Invite, live from the Blue Water Aquatic Center in Apple Valley, Minnesota, home of the Riptide swimming team. There we go. Lane number 3 is going to finish with a time of 1:33.39. That's Lennox Kwashnik. Coming in second, looks like it's going to be lane number 5. That's Carson Egbert with Riptide. He's a 10-year-old, and he will finish with a time of 1:44.82. Coming in third is lane number 7. And that's Gabe DeMarco from Riptide with a soft touch. Great swimming. All right, guys, that's it. This brings it down to heat number 2 of event 41. This is our last event, last heat. This is the boys 10 and under 100-yard freestyle. This is your last chance to send a shout out and your last chance to hit the like button. One more and we get 40. Come on, let's hit the like button one more time. Let's get another shout out there. Crowd starting to thin here a little bit for this last race. And the swimmers are in the water. Lane number 1 is Torrin Engel for Northfield. Lane number 2, Ben Kohler, Riptide. Lane 3, Nicholas Reese with Riptide. Lane 4, Darren Schmidt, Riptide. Lane 5, William Zhang, Riptide. Lane 6, Ben Johnson, Riptide. Lane 7, Louis Roth, Tiger Sharks. And in lane number 8, Weston Mira with the Tiger Sharks. And the lead currently is William Zhang with Riptide in lane number 5. William Zhang is 10 years old, and he has a previous time of 1:25.02 in this event. He is way ahead. Looks to me like nobody can catch him. In second place, however, is Darren Schmidt, also from Riptide. He's an 8-year-old, has a previous time of 1:23.18, and he's in lane number 4. All right, lane number 5 does finish with a 1:08.51. That's William Zhang. That is a heck of an improvement on previous time of 1:25.02. Coming in second, by the way, lane number 4, that's Darren Schmidt from Riptide, with a time of 1:17.14. Coming in third was lane number 2. That's Ben Kohler from Riptide. He's a 9-year-old with a previous time of 1:33.68, and he finished with a time of 1:23.30. Fabulous. Everybody is doing much better on their times, on their finishes. Just waiting on our last swimmers to come in here. Let's go take a look at him here. Lane number 8. Lane number 8 is Weston from the Tiger Sharks. He's a 10-year-old. Has a previous time of 2:38.71. He's trying to better that time. You can see him way off in the distance there on your screen. Lane number 8 is the furthest lane on your screen. You see him coming into your screen right now. And can he better his time? I'd say yes. He's going to touch with a 2:27.73. Good for him. Folks, that will do it. That is it for the Riptide Halloween invite. Once again, I want to thank everybody for watching. I want to thank the coaches, the volunteers, the parents, the swim staff, all of you at home. This is Tom Rucci. I'm your live stream host. I've been with you here all day from the Blue Water Aquatic Center for the Riptide Halloween invite. We want to thank the teams that came out to swim with us today. Obviously, Riptide Swimming is thankful to have this great facility to swim in. And we want to thank Black Dog, Northfield, the Wilmer Stingrays, and the Tiger Sharks. Everybody have a great rest of your weekend, and everybody have a great Halloween. This is Tom Rucci saying goodbye and thank you.